Oh my god, I'm here. What's happening? There's so many subscribe notifications. It's Anonymous Gifter and Nuclear Potato. Unless I missed someone. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh my gosh. Dude, let me tell you something. Last night's stream, it was a lot of fun. Hang on. I gotta get on my booster seat. It was a lot of fun. I don't think I quite expected the Classic Vania Challenge to get so many entrants. I'm pretty sure we have over twice as many as we did last year. And we're 11 days into the month. Now, I want to make it clear that's actually a good thing, but I really had to streamline my process. So, no, don't stop your runs of Castlevania. Hey Ushi, how are you? Hey Nemu, hey Claire, Kala, Altazimuth, Lesbian Donkey Kong, Broken Quest, Jackie Wags, Greffery, Huyun, Ushi, Tetrahedra, Neo Antoine, Nuclear Potato, Sheriff Ram, Eltriac, is that a second hello? It might be. If you get 2 hellos, please do share with your neighbors. Digital Basic, 3-2. Lobat, Megami Infini. Oh my god. That's a good point. Megami. Bridgewater, Mayanos, Baxter Crook. Hello. Okay. I completely forgot. You can't make graduating the first word of a VTuber stream title because everyone thinks it means you're quitting. Because, like, that's the euphemism they use for quitting in, like, the Japanese, like, idol music scene. No, I'm not quitting. Sorry. Hi, Plombo. I'm sorry for the confusion. Hey, Save State, how's it going? All right, so, the Nemu. I love the Elemental Master OST so much. Hey, Melty. Hey, Step Aside, thank you. Hey, Valpal. No, I'm graduating. The purpose of the stream is to graduate Shmup Kindergarten. Or the purpose of the project. We're still there. Trust me. I am. I don't know about you guys. You're probably, a lot of you are a lot better at Shmups than I am. So this is a newish project that I've been doing kind of inconsistently. So I think I skipped like 1 stream of it, but it might have been 2. A lot of that was that Castlevania project really got out of hand. I've got it under control now, but I really underestimated how much interest there would be in it. So I'm going to sum this up as briefly as I can. I've always been into shmups. Unlike like rhythm games and fighting games and your like action platformer kind of games and even speed runs, I never got very good at all at shmups. And I think it is because I like had the wrong attitude about it. So I got an idea. There's a like Japanese community, like shmup community difficulty ranking thing. I'm gonna pull up the sheet for you because I have the most current version of the sheet. Just a moment. This right here. I don't know if anyone, if a mod can pin that. So if you don't know how to navigate Google Sheets, you might not see, but there are tabs at the bottom that have mostly translated. Some of these I can't I don't know the games, so I don't know how to translate it, so I just left the raw Japanese in there. I'll fix it at some point. So, to be clear, a higher number means more difficult on this list. So I started with this Karasu AFK 1cc. This Caladrius AC thing, that should not be rated 0. There's a question mark next to it in the Japanese sheet. I just keep forgetting to note that. In fact, there. There are a few other places like that where it's a tentative ranking. So here's how this works. Maybe I can actually screen share this spreadsheet to you so that you don't have to be looking at the spreadsheet yourself to understand what's going on here. Yeah, it looks like it. All right. I think I have this on the just chatting scene or something, right? Just a moment. This should be okay. Hey Yaga, how are you? All right. Window capture, do not make source visible. Okay, yeah, we're good. So let me just move this behind me or something. So I would encourage anyone else who, like me, has never been like fully satisfied with their shmup proficiency, like try this yourself. But if I may, you see that there's only one game. I love Xanac. I have that game. It's one of my most treasured possessions. I've got Gunnack too, and I do like that game, but Xanac, there's something special about it. It's like a proto bullet hell game. You know what I mean? In its complexity, certainly not in its like shot patterns, but so it goes. So anyway, if you want to participate in this yourself, I would strongly recommend that you skip Night Raid. If you must substitute something for it, I actually have a suggestion that we will get into in just a moment. But you could also just try to 1cc a console shmup. Not all of those are easy, but a lot of them are substantially easier than like, hey, how did the rest of the run go? A lot of them are substantially easier than, even the easier arcade shmups. So it's kind of hard to go wrong. Big chest, big key. What? That doesn't... How... The Ganon's Tower big key? How does that work? Or was the mirror in the big chest? Anyway, so... Now, as soon as I started this, a bunch of shmup people came in and they're like, oh, you're using that list? And they're like, it's okay. It's not awful. Some stuff is not ranked very accurately. And I was like, oh, what are the odds? Surely they're exaggerating. No. We've already gotten into kind of more stubborn challenges than I expected. So I'm sort of dreading 3. But to get back to like talking about the game, so the format. The idea is once you reach a difficulty level, you pick one of these games and you 1cc it, which means beating it without continuing. Once you do that, you move on to the next one. 201. Nice. Dude, one of my eyes is just winking. Okay, yeah, I hope so. Nuclear Potato. So I actually picked my level 2 game right away, and I did it before showing off the other level 2 games, which in hindsight I think was a pretty big mistake. It made it a little difficult to conceptualize what we were doing here. It is very silly. But I knew I wanted to do Raiden Fighters too. So if you see the goal here, it's TLB using the Fairy Lofky good emote. So TLB is like Shmupper talk. It means true last boss. Meaning it's not enough to just beat the game without continuing. You have to jump through a couple hoops to spawn an extra difficult boss at the end of the game, and beat that game. And it was when I was playing this that everyone was like, oh my god, you picked the wrong one. This is too hard. And I was like, oh, what are the odds? It took me, I think, almost 8 hours to pull it off. Now, I want to do what I can to salvage my reputation here, though. Some of that time was spent playing on the Xbox 360 port because it doesn't have the sound emulation issues that MAME does. I don't have a joystick for the Xbox 360, and I don't know if you've tried to play shmups on that D-pad, but it is not easy. So, just, you know, I would have done it a little quicker, but... So when I finished it, I was like, well, I mean, if you look at this, this is a translation of the Japanese text for describing levels 0 through 10. Should be doable within a couple months, even for beginners. So I was like, well, honestly, like, yeah, it was hard, but like, I'm not that good at shmups, right? It doesn't, on the cursed D-pad at 3 a.m. I was like, that doesn't really feel like that wrong. And I was talking to like BBH about this, and he was like, well, wait till you try Asuka and Asuka or something. And I was like, oh, I'm not going to do that. And he's like, what? You're not? Like, that just seemed dumb. And I was like, come to think of it, that is dumb. Sure, I'll do it. So I played the other 2 out of 45 shmups, and immediately I was like, oh, these are much easier than Raiden Fighters 2. Now, that's just my experience. But again, like, that's the whole point of this, is to document my experiences. I won't say a beginner, maybe a novice. You know, someone who's always wanted to get good at shmups, but never really felt like it was possible. You know what I mean? Like, it can be difficult to make yourself believe, yes, if I practice this, I will get good at it. So anyway, I did 1cc Asuka and Asuka, and I was like, wow, what about the other level 2 shmups? And I ended up 1ccing all of them. So I've decided, I think I just want to show all these 1cc's off today. There's 2 reasons for this. One is, for those who don't know, I'm also doing a Castlevania community challenge thing, and I did a really long stream for it yesterday. If you look at the time, it's like 5 hours, and it's like, that doesn't seem that long, and it's not, but that was with something like 9 hours of prep work. So I worked from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. yesterday. Whatever, dude. So I don't know that diving right into shmup gameplay is actually something I feel like doing. So it's good. We can watch all of my 1cc's. Because now some of these links are broken on the sheet. But this is another thing that's missing from the old translation on the, help me out here, the Shmups forum. It's basically a watch party. Elemental Master is awesome, yeah. So I did include the links. Now, some of these links are broken, which sucks. But another thing is, Asuka and Asuka is here on level like 2 instead of like 3 or 4 for a really specific reason, and it's not actually demonstrated in this run. Similarly, Raiden Fighters 2, this is a TLB run with the fairy, but it's also like a high score attempt, and you take some risks that you don't need to take if your goal is just to kill the true last boss on 1 credit. So anyway, you're gonna get the beginner experience. But yeah, and then after that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games to check out. I'm gonna be real, I wanted to do this all in one stream. It's probably not gonna happen. Like if these all have like a 1 hour loop, which I know Batsugun Special doesn't, but I don't know anything about Stormblade, Vimana, Slap Fight. Some of these might not even be possible to credit feed through. I really have no idea. Then I'm gonna have to break this up into 2 streams. But why don't we revisit these 1cc's? These were all performed on stream, but most of them were on my alt account, which I feel a little like ghoulish shouting it out, but this is my alt account. Sometimes I want to stream at a weird hour and like I'm not necessarily trying to put on a show. I just want to do a like challenge run of something and I need a video archive of that. Or I want to play something really repetitive that I know people aren't going to be into. Link to the Past randomizer, for example. So, yeah, there's a Shmup doctorate program. It's called levels 41 through 45. So it includes Twin Eagle, Mushihime-sama and Ultra, Sengoku Blade 2-all, Valtryek 2-all. This game does not look fun. Ketsui Ura 2-all. This is like Herodias Dai is like those people who have like 5 PhDs. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, it's so close to Sum 41. Hang on, we can do this. Look at that. Sum 41. Oh, wait. You can't see it. Hang on. So allow me to demonstrate. All right. When you highlight a row, it provides the sum of everything in that row. How do I get out of the freaking way of the capture? I know how. This. You still can't see it. Hang on. There. See? So I looked over and it said sum 44 and I was like, oh, that's so close to sum 41. Wait. There. So anyway. A Parodius of Shmup Gamers. I cannot believe you remember that. Anyway. Probably policy. I have been made aware. We got to fix that. That there's a lot of like undocumented weirdness to this, and I have a thought. And well, it's not my bit; it's my friend's bit. It's the hardest shmup. What's a shmup? The hardest shmup that I've ever won CC'd is rated like kind of high on this, like 17 or something. I want to see if I can find it. It's one loop of Gunbird. I don't think that it was a 17 when I did it. If you know the game, you can probably guess why. And I think, so if you look at this in the notes, there'll be like, okay, this is with auto fire, without gun nail is a 17, not a 16, right? And like this border down thing here is like, all right, this is a 15 if you take routes B and D. I assume this is routes. I really have no idea. Or this is plus, this is an 18 if you take routes B and D, and 17 if you take route C, or if you pick the ship or whatever. I have no idea how border down works, but I know it's really weird. So the point is, these all have modifiers. Here's another one for zero wing. Like, if you do use auto fire, then it's 15. Otherwise, it's like 19. So I think Gunbird is 17 minus 15 if you use Yuan Nang or something, because she has a charge shot thing that erases enemy bullets and you can just like keep doing it over and over again. I think she's not good for score attack, maybe, but so the hardest game that I've done here that I'm like pretty sure doesn't have an undocumented modifier is Mushi Original, which is 15. This took a lot of practice. I was sort of embarrassed at how long it took me. And when I went back to these games, I'm like, yeah, this is honestly more my skill level. Which I'm not ashamed to admit. Hey, Go Tetsu, how are you? Okay, so all that out of the way, why don't we watch my level 2 runs? I hate to say goodbye to the Elemental Master soundtrack, but Viewpoint at 14 feels low to me too. And for some of these, you know, you have to wonder, is there some catch that is well known in the Japanese scene that like not a lot of American players know? That seems a little unlikely to me because it does seem that shmup people are like highly disproportionately likely to know Japanese and to like seek out Japanese forums, but it's a possibility that's occurred to me. So anyway, Shmeeple, yeah. Anyway, I want to start off with here's another reason that I think you should skip Night Raid instead of like replacing it. So here's the deal with Night Raid. It's a very hard game, but there's a problem with it. So if your ship is hiding in the top left corner of the screen, enemies generally just won't fire. So all you have to do is fight bosses. Even then, it's honestly pretty tough. Like, you're basically playing 5 minutes, maybe more like 4 minutes of a really hard, like 18-minute game. So yeah. And I think you're like low on resources because you only really have one opportunity to duck down and get a bomb. So I wonder about that one. But Asuka and Asuka is a similar run. And I'm going to be honest, it's way easier. Give it a second and you will see how this works. Is the game loud enough? You don't want it to be too loud because this is not a good sounding game. It's probably fine. This is the Japan version. Actually, there are pretty significant differences between the versions. But I think they probably work out to the same difficulty. It's just this one is like a little messed up. I don't know if it's all enemies or most of them. Could be a little louder. Ah, shoot. I don't think I can do that, actually. I'd have to add a gain filter. Anyway, they have, like, kind of displaced hitboxes. So you can shoot the air to the right of them and it'll hit them. Or your bullets can sail through the left side of them sometimes. I wanted to, you know the survivorship bias picture that's in all the memes? I kind of wanted to make the Asuka and Asuka version of the survivorship bias picture, where it's just a ship with a shit ton of bullets or bullet holes in its left side and nothing anywhere else. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, Atchinson. So Asuka, like, you might know it as a common like girl's name, but that's written with different kanji usually. It's written with the kanji for flying bird in this, and there was actually like a World War II battleship or something by the name of the Asuka, written with those kanji. So I think it is meant to be evocative of war, just given what the game is about. I don't know the story of the game, but it looks like a time travel thing. So I kind of wonder if there's like a future Trunks, present Trunks thing going on where the pilot of the Asuka went back to the past and said, hey, we have to stop the alien invasion. Because when you beat the boss of this level, you warp through time. Yes, to play the shitty games that suck ass. Really pretty apt for this. Because it's a 2-player game, and the second player, like, looks the exact same, so I kind of wonder if that's the deal. Like, these are both, like, different timelines for a ship called the Asuka or something. Yeah, I wrote a way better story, unless that is the story. I mean, does this look fun to you? But like, look, conceptually, this is the Night Raid run. It is way easier. I actually die here because I was looking for a bomb. You want bombs for something relatively early into the run. And I was actually like pretty consistently running low on them. This is what made me realize, oh, I'm playing the wrong version of this. Yeah, that was really good timing on that, Lesbian Donkey Kong. But Yaga Yaga was like, that's weird. I know there's a bomb here. And then we figured out, oh, this version that I'm playing, the world version, like, just has way less stuff in it. Like, there are fewer power-ups, there are fewer enemies. It probably ends up being harder, because all that really matters is how quickly can you get powered up all the way. But I left the safe spot. You just glue yourself to the left side of the screen. And of course, immediately died for it, but I did find the bomb there. The way this game handles this horizontal scrolling is so annoying. Like, when you basically have to get all the way to the edge of the screen, and then you can start scrolling it to the side. It's so disorienting, and I don't think it seals off-screen enemies fire or bullet patterns at all. So when you're doing that, sometimes the camera just really abruptly pans over to bullets that you had no idea were there and you die. I don't, like to be too negative, but I would have a very difficult time recommending Asuka and Asuka. But you're looking at it. I cannot wait for you to see the last boss. That's the part I'm like really excited for. Anyway, this is rated 2 out of 45 on the ranking wiki, but it doesn't specify if you use the safe spot on the left side of the screen. And the example run doesn't use that. So I think you're just supposed to know, which I don't think that the Asuka and Asuka safe spot is super common knowledge among American gamers. My friend Cloudy had heard of it, so like there are definitely shmup people who know it, but nice game if you could call it that. Hey, Squid, how are you? Oh. Whoops. I don't know what I was thinking there. I was getting really, like, bored playing this. I had lost so many runs to just, like, almost literally falling asleep at the wheel. This took me something like 2 hours, by the way. Not so much because it's, like, that hard or, like, that deep. Like, there's not much to figure out. But every attempt is probably going to be around 20 minutes. It doesn't take too long for that to add up. And, like, streaming this game is difficult because chat is always 100% of the time going to be more entertaining than the game. Here's another weird thing about this game. Yeah, Asuka, and Asuka. Another weird thing about this game, far and away, the hardest part is this boss that's coming up. The second boss. There are 4 stages. So I just dumped bombs into it as quickly as possible because you really want to take out that left head. And then I think I do die on this boss in this run, but it'll be clear how to dodge. You just kind of dodge to the right because that's where the gaps in its pattern are going to tend to be. And you hope that this spinning guy doesn't, like, thread the needle. Yes, I literally had more heavy AAAs in DDR than light and standard AAAs. Okay, I guess I didn't die here this run. So, I've been having a lot of fun doing this. I would highly recommend other people who, like me, have never been as good at shmups as they wanted to be. try this project out, but don't play every single game. By the way, this is a bonus stage, but I'm pretty sure if you get hit here, you will die. Someone came in here while I was doing this and said, streamer, why are you... Like, you're not collecting any of those coins that the ships drop. And I almost... You know, I almost died because it was just so funny. Play Raider G. Huh? Oh, I think I actually paused the game here. That's weird. How long does... Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Oh, I was sneezing, I think. Believe it or not, I haven't rewatched this run. I almost died there. For some reason, I wanted to go get this power-up. I don't know why, because my power-ups are maxed, and I don't know if you noticed. That was you. Yeah, you're right. So... There's another bomb here. It's so good. Nuclear potato. A game's so nice they named it twice. I don't regret having done this, but like, I feel like anyone who's like watched me play Platformageddon like knows to take that with a grain of salt, because I have a lot of patience, basically, and I have sort of, I find like bad games sort of fascinating. There's a typo on the first screen. This is where the death happens. I wanted to save a bomb. Maybe it's not right here. There's an area where there are a bunch of like eyeball turrets in the ground. And it is dodgeable, but when you've been not paying attention to the game the whole time. Yeah, you discovered it? I was curious because apparently my friend Cloudy Music knew about it. So like it is not a completely unknown thing. Yeah, fun for at least one moment for one person. No, because I laughed at the zinger that Nemu made about picking up the coins. Can I tell that bootleg Moai head that I hate him? Yeah, sure, Booyun hates you, buddy. Sorry about that. I think this stage is actually kind of cool. It saved it from like just a score of like 1 across the board. You know, like there's something sort of imaginative about this, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm right that you're traveling through time in this. This is some sort of weird like alternate history or like alternate future. It's something. Ah, this is where the death happens, I think. And Yaga even told me, just bomb here. I was like, that's a great idea. I'm going to do that. But I didn't. Yeah. I just careened into an off-screen bullet. Yeah, I think the design of this level is pretty neat. Yeah, the scrolling is so messed up. I forgot to point this out, but if you're at like a vertical edge of the screen and you hit diagonally, you just don't move. So if you're at the bottom of the screen and you hit down right, you don't move to the right like you do in almost every other shmup. You don't move at all. That's like the kind of mistake that you would make in like a click and play demo. Ask me how I know. Oh, Horsevert. You know, Lily, I don't know of any. There probably are, but I will say this is one of the most unpleasant, like, firing noises. I don't really know that that bomb was necessary, but your hitbox is pretty big in this game. I cannot believe I didn't get hit there. That's why am I bombing? I don't even know anymore. How do you know what makes a good beginner shmup versus a bad one? That's part of why I'm doing this, because I'm trying them out. But I mean, I honestly think it's like, you're gonna know like what kind of shmup you want to play, right? So anyone who sees like cave games or Toho or something with a lot of really complicated, dense bullet patterns, if you're like, oh, I know the perfect beginner game for you, play Gradius, they're not gonna enjoy that. Because sure, Gradius is a great game, but it's not the kind of shmup that they want. So I honestly feel, just like looking at this difficulty list and keeping in mind that it may not be super accurate all the time, and picking something that feels fun is probably a decent way to go. That difficulty list, by the way, is pinned in chat. If you're on a computer, you can click it. Well, I like bullet hell games in theory. They're too damn hard for me. I get a sensory overload. I think maybe a little easier than some people do. I was a pretty weak, I should not admit this, I was a pretty weak League of Legends player for this reason. Because I would actually play like really, really well during the laning phase, but when skirmishes and especially like end game team fights happened, there was so much going on that I would just like prioritize the wrong target because I couldn't see everything. So I think maybe for that, maybe that's related to why I've never been very good at bullet hell games. I think they're awesome. And unlike a really chaotic 10-player multiplayer game, I think I could learn to get better at bullet hell games. I don't know if I ever see myself doing the Diojo white label 2-all, but dozens of hours of ARAM. That would make sense. ARAM is just nonstop fighting, but I think my problem with it is I would just never take ARAM seriously, you know? It is arcade games. That's right. Yeah, there's a list of Toho games that's meant to like show where they slot in. So I think the easiest normal mode games are 6 on this list. The only stuff that's above like a 30, which 30 is really high. I want that to be clear, or I want to make that clear. Gradius 3 arcade is 30, for example. Did you notice that weird phantom bullet on the left? It's not like just one CCing lunatic mode. It's like lunatic no miss no bomb stuff. So yeah, I think some of the Parodiuses are like not that hard. $3 stake, but you know, you want to know what's funny? Look at difficulty level, I think 44. How's it going, Deep Shock? God, I want to fast forward so badly. I don't think you can do fast forward in the OBS media player. Yep. Parodius da 2-all, meaning beating the game and the loop, which is a pretty important distinction. That's considered one of the absolute most difficult shmups of all time. I don't know about that, Battleship. Parodius dot, that's true. That's who I am. So there have been no shots aimed directly at the player this entire game. Suddenly there will be. And it takes me a second to catch on. You did, but thank you. You can mention it as many times as you want. Yeah, I think even of the people I know who are good enough at shmups to do 2 loops of Parodius Da, I don't know whether they bothered. Like, none of them like it. They're like, it's just not a fun challenge. Like, it was clearly not designed to be beaten. Yeah, Nuclear Potato, I saw that. I had the Saturn version of Chatting Parodius. And I got to, like, the last level of that on 1 credit. Just a really long time ago. But isn't that like a console-only game? So it wouldn't be on the list. Yeah, these things actually do aim at you, I believe, but only like kind of. This is a really simple game. You know, it's old. Don't you do that to me, Atchinson. Hang on. I'm trying to do this. All right, can I call your attention to the timer under the ABCD STG logo? Oh, that's not enough separation on the... Nemu. That's not enough separation on the drop shadow. Hang on. Yeah, that's better. Watch. Watch. You'll see. Whoops. Really pay attention to this gameplay. Ask yourself what I'm doing. The fun never ends. I think I eventually come to the conclusion that these spinning things can't be killed, which I'm not sure how true that is. Finally, I'm like, all right, I guess I just have to go over here and take these guns out. And I feel like if you didn't do this, you might genuinely be in kind of a bad situation. But also, this is how you get the most points, so look at this. This is video gaming. Did doing this change me as a gamer? Yeah, but not in a good way. Hey, Greeja, how are you? Yeah, I made the right call because I'm really paying attention to where these bullets are going now. It's in the way of the position where you want to be to attack the last boss. So I'm not saying I could not have sped this up, but like, look at this. By the way, this is with auto fire. So if you were doing this without turbo, it would take even longer. The spinning guys completely stopped spinning. I don't know what's going on there. Look at this. Yeah. I took out that turret in front and it's still not dead. You have to take out like the bridge too, or whatever this is. This is a huge aircraft carrier, right? I think that's what it is that I'm shooting. It is incredible value for your quarters. A stamp for 64? No. But you get a pat on the back from me. Good job. You know what's funny? Arc Nova X, Yaga is the only other person I know who's bothered doing this. She's pretty sure the power-ups don't make you stronger. Like they make your ship, not your ship, your shot pattern wider, but like that's it. No Sepusai, not yet. There. I think we need to count the bonus stage because this, you can't beat the game until you beat this bonus stage, so. Good upgrade for you. There. 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Through your actions, the Galaxy A Hyter world invasion was obstructed. However, without defeating the Galaxy A Hyter boss Lanian, the second and third world invasion will surely continue. You have no time to rest. This is not worth doing. Don't get me wrong. That's a pretty funny you win message. Also, it's pretty funny that, like, I don't know if you noticed, but the Earth was shaped really strangely there. Hang on. Let's... I want to rewind just a little bit. I know. Look, it's not round, right? It's like a rounded, like, octagon or something. So yeah, so when's the 3 all? I don't think this one loops, does it? Because I'm entering my name, so I think that was the whole game. So that's Asuka and Asuka. So do I still have Raiden Fighters 2? Yeah. Let me show you the game that I genuinely thought was the same difficulty as Asuka and Asuka, all right? I've already shown this on stream, so for anyone who doesn't want to see it, I'm really sorry to do it again, but frankly, I think a lot of people are watching who weren't watching the previous streams, so I feel like it's okay to revisit this. So Raiden Fighters 2, this is the game that I picked. I think I need to skip to like 1822 or something. That sounds right. Yeah. So I did this one first. Yeah. Policy, I was thinking the same thing. Like, clearly that's setting up for a loop, but there isn't a loop. So like already, like this game is so much more complicated, right? And you see how like the bullets are just so fast. This game rules. So this is the one that I did first. Because, you know, again, according to the difficulty ranking wiki, this is the same difficulty as what you just watched. And this game has a really interesting scoring system. I'm not trying to get a decent score. I actually used to do score attack runs of Raiden Fighters 1, which is like basically the same system. But like, look at this. I did a little trick here to blow the turret off of that tank without killing it, which is actually pretty difficult. It's easy to do too much damage. Then you let the tank get down here. It spawns a fairy, which drops a bomb. Bombs are super, super useful in this game, and you have a maximum of like 7. Yeah, Nemu, the fairy is the strongest ship in the game. So, I mean, like, look, you're looking at this. You don't need me to tell you this game is harder than Asuka and Asuka. And it's, like, sort of ludicrous to suggest that they're the exact same difficulty. That's actually... Supposedly, Mr. Saturn, dude, the ferry's hitbox is not significantly smaller than even some of the normal ships. The big reason that the ferry is so good is the bomb. It's just the same game. The bomb is so broken. Just, you'll see when I use it. It's fire breath, and you're invincible for its entire duration. Pay attention to how long it lasts. So by getting a quick shot bonus on all of those like mid-size enemies, I spawned this ferry, so I got another bomb. Experience has told me that you really want to wait until the level is basically over to go up there to actually get that bomb, because the end of this level actually gets a little chaotic. Yeah, that's been my experience too, Jed. It is still helpful to have a sprite that is closer in size to your hitbox because it's less difficult to gauge, but... another thing that makes the ferry extremely good is it simply does more damage with its basic shots. The Judge Spear is super good. All of the slaves, that's what the ship is called, in Raiden Fighters are better than the like normal ships, but I think the Judge Spear is like very close to that power level, and I've heard it said that it's like better for score attack in some ways. Yeah, Asuka and Asuka came out after Mario 3, for example. Visually, if the planes have the same bomb, it's the same bomb, like mechanically. Yeah, the Judge Spear is fun. I think the like strongest and weakest of the standard, well, I shouldn't say standard, but the actual ships and not just the options in that game are the most fun to play. So the Judge Spear and the Raiden Mark II, because you have the fastest shmup ship ever made and the slowest. Yeah, true. I'm computer gaming. I'm even arcade gaming tonight. So remember I mentioned that the goal for Raiden Fighters 2 isn't just to 1cc it, but you have to defeat the true last boss. To spawn it, this level and another level, they both like give you a grade based on how many of the turrets you destroy on the target. So the target for this level is this giant train thing that I'm fighting right now. You need to score 100% on both targets. So they're in stages 3 and 6. And let me tell you, stage 6 is far and away the hardest part of the game. It's not even close. But the fact that you have to destroy absolutely everything makes this stage kind of scary, because you have to play pretty aggressive at some points. Those 3 guns that I just killed in the lower right corner are like, it's a taste of what's to come. I found that basically I had to route this game in order to beat it. So I had to memorize where all the enemies spawned, and like just knowing where they were wasn't enough. You also have to develop a strategy that's like, you know, is there a way I can consistently kill it before it gets to fire? If not, where can I be to be sure that it fires in a direction that is totally harmless or that I can react to? Did you see how long that bomb lasted? That's why the ferry is so good. Yeah, you have to come up with lines. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. So the ferry's bomb lasts so long that you can kill a lot of bosses by just bombing a single time. I did that bomb there because I've found that if I don't, sometimes I miss one of those turrets and I don't get the 100% destroy rate. Yeah, Defender had a lot more going on. That's true. I would like to think so, Lesbian Donkey Kong. So my experience with this game was that the hard part was the bullets are really fast. They probably look fast when you're watching, but having both watched people play Raiden Fighters and played it myself, when you're playing, they feel faster. I think it's a similar effect to like Tetris. Have you ever noticed that Tetris is like, if you're watching it, you can see where every piece goes, and then when you're at the controller, it's not that easy. I feel like that's the case with Raiden Fighters as well. Which is another reason that I found this to be a really like routing intensive game. You'll note that that major boss just died in one bomb. Yeah, it's extremely listenable, right? Speaking of listenable, the sound is a little bugged in this. You've heard something kind of weird about it. Which is that the metal pickup sound is wrong, but there's this really well done sound effect of like a jet engine whining as it flies by. It's fucked up. This sounds really good on the real arcade game and on the Xbox 360 port. The way I'm playing it, it's a tinnitus simulator. Karate chop. I'm pretty sure tinnitus is the correct pronunciation, by the way. Tinnitus would be if it ended in itis, and it would mean like inflammation of the tin, which I don't think I have tin. Are your ears ringing? They are. They'll stop at the end of this level. So the way this game works, you can control it, but you get stages 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 in a random order. You control it by holding the joystick in a certain direction after you put your coin in before you hit start. And I picked this order because this stage is pretty hard, and the next stage is really easy. So the later it is in the game, the harder it's going to be. Like the bullets are faster, I think is the big thing. Enemies don't wait as long before firing. So this stage is like almost free. That means that putting it off as late as possible is in my opinion, the play. It's a different pitch. I cut it pretty close on that dodge there. In hindsight, I wonder if I even knew there was a bullet there. So I'm not always the most observant. But yeah, there's basically 2 enemies that are a threat at all. There's going to be one really small tank right here. Those bullets are super fast. You see it took out 2 of my options. And then there's going to be another one of that same tank on the right here. You see, like, if you didn't know that was there, you would probably just get shot. I did figure out a lot of strats to kill the bosses without bombing, but at this point I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the run. So I decided to play it safer because I have 6 bombs. The max is 7. Each bomb has many seconds of invincibility. It feels so bad to die with any bombs in stock because you knew you just lost a lot of a really, really important resource. This gets into another reason that I think this game is a little underrated at difficulty level 2. Most shmups give you extra lives for scoring high. Not this one. You get 3 lives. That's it. It's just for a game with this many fast-moving bullets and this many enemies that like shoot you as soon as they spawn. It's a little optimistic to think, yeah, any beginner would be able to do this without making more than like 2 mistakes. You know what I mean? I've heard that about Metal Slug, Mr. Saturn Toot. Yeah, Gigawing, it's somewhere. It's lower than you might think, but I think all of those Takumi games are like around 20. That was the closest the run came to dying. I grazed a bullet that was aimed like directly for me. This was another really difficult section to figure out. If you don't move exactly like I did, you can very quickly get sniped. And also, like, this is a really inconvenient place to be running around dodging because you need to kill stuff really fast or it spirals out of control really, really quickly. So it was when I got through here that I actually started to get a little nervous, which I generally don't when I play video games, because I was like, okay, I've already labbed everything else out. So, like, I just got through the thing that's, like, most difficult for me. I was pretty sure I was good. Yeah, and I think the big solution to that is just play all the time and also credit feed more. Because, you know, that's another surprisingly difficult section, but the good news is if you bomb there, you get 2 bombs back. I start getting a little panicky here. I think you'll see me do some bombs that are like, Dot, you could have tried to dodge that. Because I was like, wait, aren't there a lot of like turrets and tanks on the right that fire really fast? So like that bomb there, I didn't even try. I was like, nah, I got plenty of bombs. We're fine. This looks really dangerous, what I'm doing, but I've found that if you, I don't know what those are. They're like trucks or something. Those like desert vehicles. If you just move left and right, they'll miss you. Yeah, that goes all the way back to the original Raiden games. At least in this, you're a lot faster. So, and I was so proud of the strat I came up with for this boss, and I was starting to do it. You'll see I'm going to back off and then start tapping to the left. And then I'm like, what am I doing? And so I just bombed it twice, which is a lot of resources, but I didn't die. So... So now, even if I were to continue, it would spawn the true last boss, which is one nice thing. You can practice it. Is this gonna break this, I wonder? No, I think we're good. I noticed that my, I don't know how this happened, but my like game capture was not centered on the shmup scene. So the logo was placed with that in mind. It's way too far to the left now. Even now, it might need to go 5 more pixels to the right, but that's close enough. Your options can be destroyed. So it does make sense to leave these power-ups on screen and collect them every time you lose an option. You like the little dodge there? Now, I'm going to be real. I didn't practice the last level very much at all. I think that'll be obvious. Like that bomb there. I don't really know what I was thinking. Oh, no, never mind. I do. If you have 1 life and 1 bomb and you pick up a 3rd option when you already have 2, they switch to this like heat-seeking format, which is really bad normally, because they just run up to enemies and shoot them and then get killed. but I found that it's really helpful in the last level. So I was like, wait a second, I'm one bomb away from the heat-seeking formation. I'm just going to do that. And I do think it probably kept me from bombing like multiple times. Any Shmup holidays like Shmup-tember or Shmup's-giving? There's something going on right now. It's Lakali's Cup or whatever. It's like a big community like score attack tournament that people are doing. You know, the thing about score attack is all that matters is your points. It doesn't matter whether you beat the game, right? So yeah, there is Shmup-tember on RGL TV. That's right. What are we doing for Karnoff Ember? You can watch someone who likes that game. So this is the last boss, unless you activate the true last boss, and I've never seen it fire this pattern at all. So all of this dodging is like, I've never seen this because usually I have a bomb here. I didn't do too bad, but it's gonna end right there. And I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm bombing. I don't know if you noticed, but those turrets in the back can't be killed, which is bad. Because the true last boss is after the last boss, and those turrets open back up. I almost get hit. Watch. They shoot in such... They aim this shot, but it's in such a weird way. It's really deceptive. And it's easy to crash into those. Yeah, raccoon. This section like looks kind of scary, but it's nothing. They just want to make sure you have 2 bombs and all the power-ups you could want before the true last boss. So you kill this guy for free if you have 4 bombs with the fairy. Unfortunately, I have 3. So there's 1 bomb. I waited as long as possible. In hindsight, that was pretty unwise, but I was feeling myself. I wanted to see if I could do this without dying second time. You'll find out. So that's a no. Yeah, that is Red Eye, is what that thing is called. So that was Raiden Fighters 2. This was the first game that I 1cc'd for this. And then I went back and played Asuka, and I was like, oh my god, like this is so much easier. This is a great game. And you don't have to play it this way. Like I said, it's got a really interesting score attack game system. Like playing this game for score is really, really fun. It's more fun than what I just did, but I'm going to be real. Racking up these 1cc's has been doing wonders for my confidence, so I definitely don't feel like I should not have done it. So yeah, I caused destructive damage. Let's not watch the credits because I've already played this run on stream before. I want to show you another Shmup that I 1cc'd. I think this game is cool as shit, personally. Prehistoric Isle 2. Yeah, that's how I feel, Nuclear Potato. Well, it actually feels good to like beat this. I'm pretty sure the green helicopter is the way to go. And then I personally never wanted to switch from the default gun, this red gun here. So this game did take me a while, but it's because it's a pretty long run. Like, how long is this? Yeah, this is 32 minutes. So, like, if you get to the end and then screw it up and lose it twice, then that's an hour, right? So, now I don't really know anything about what's going on under the hood in Prehistoric Isle 2. I didn't have to. But I will say that I felt that this was another game where it made sense to just bomb sort of aggressively. You get a pretty big point bonus for not dying in a level, for one thing. And of course, you know, you're invincible while you're bombing. I don't want to take it for granted that everyone watching knows that. That's a pretty common shmup thing. I don't know. I think it is. Yeah, Noman, I do. I think it's probably important to play a lot of those so that you do develop some sort of bombing reflex. Like, imagine not having any shmup experience at all and playing Dodonpachi and trying to get a big max bomber bonus. I would lose my mind. I'm sure some people can do that and not have it, like, ruin them, but... So, these sections here, you need to, like, save the people, which you do by killing these dinosaurs as efficiently as possible. And then there'll be a few left behind that couldn't fit into the, like, evacuation aircraft, so you have to carry them to the end of the level. You get pretty substantial bonuses for doing this. Like, it's really important that you rescue as many of them as you can. Yeah, Raccoon, that'll happen in Raiden Fighters 2 sometimes. It only ever happened to me in the 360 version, so I wonder if it's a 360 bug. But sometimes you'll bomb with the fairy, and then it seems like if you graze a bullet, that, like, turns off your invincibility sometimes. So, oops. But yeah, the way I treated this, and I'm pretty sure it's like this is just how you play the game, even for score, is you just kill everything as quickly as you can so that nothing gets a chance to, like, truly threaten you. Oh, policy, I know that. Ask me how I know. You take damage every frame and you have 5 HP. I have Gray's counter. I think it looks awesome and I haven't played it. So my answer is no, but it's sort of yes. I forget which this is already. I think it's S. So you've got, like, your main shot, which is either going to be C, which I assume is cannon, and something else. Yeah. I was like, maybe the top left corner is a safe spot. And immediately went, nope, and bombed. So literally this thing's first pattern that it fires is, like, one of the things I have the most trouble with in the whole game. So as soon as it looked like it was going south, I was like, nah, I'm going to bomb. It's kind of easy to get hit by this. These smoke rings speed up. I love S-Braid Tetrahedra. But yeah, you get a challenge star for beating the level without dying. And I didn't get all the challenge stars. Anyway, this, so I'm shooting these, I don't know why I was not firing. Oh, right, my fire button kept dying on me. That's right. You see, I'm shooting these red bullets, but also these, like, big blue things. That's the S power-up. So you have, like, your main gun and your auxiliary gun or whatever. I had this for very little of the run. I kept getting shittier ones instead. That's cool, Valpal. Yeah, so G probably stands for gun. C, I assume, is cannon, but you want G as far as I can tell. Because as you can see, you're just kind of hitting the whole screen. Yeah, something like that. I enjoyed this game a lot, but I will say that part of it was it didn't take me very long to 1cc. It feels a little shallow, so I think if, like, it had been really, really hard, I would have eventually gotten sick of it. By the way, this game is from 1999. I remember seeing games like this in 1999 and going, why do they like still make stuff that looks like this? This is dated. This looks like the Super Nintendo. We're on the PlayStation 2 almost, you know? And like going back and comparing games like this to like the Super Nintendo is like, dude, I had no eye for like what makes good pixel art at all. Because no, that thing I said is not true. Like, this game looks awesome. Oh, don't you lecture me about the Dreamcast, no, man. I was obsessed with the Dreamcast. I went out and no, I didn't buy that one. I bought the PS2. I asked my parents for that for Christmas, and they got it for me, and I have, like, so many Dreamcast games. I was babysitting, and so I would just spend all of my babysitting money on Dreamcast games. Yeah, you do learn that over time, Willie. So, oh, they didn't hold value. They skyrocketed because I was really into shmups and fighting games. So, like, I've got that, like, really rare version of Puzzle Fighter, for example, with the Obi and everything. Yeah, mine was a launch Dreamcast, because the launch of the Dreamcast was a huge deal. It was like one of the most successful console launches ever. And then as time went on, the console like just very quickly died off. I was in my own little world. So when the Dreamcast got continued, I was like, what? Really? Like, I thought everybody had a Dreamcast. I thought the PS2 wasn't going to succeed. You found out the deal with it? What do you mean? Yeah, like, at the time I was a little disappointed, but I was also like, well, it's not like my Dreamcast exploded. I've still got it. I still had like 70 games for it, which there aren't that many, so, I had my fun with it. And then as the PS2 era went on, I was like, all right, well, this one rules too, so. Although, I have to say, I haven't played that many single-player games on the PS2. I played Devil May Cry when it was new, and I didn't beat it. I beat it for the first time very recently. Stupid bomb. But here's the thing, man. I didn't have a bombing reflex before. I would have just gotten hit there in the past. 2 controllers and 3 VMUs. I know why you have multiple VMUs, actually. Because I bought a bunch of extra VMUs because you can only have one PSO character per VMU. So you let me use your VMU to put a PSO character on there, and then I was like, I gotta have more, and I just kept buying them. Touch Me. Everyone's favorite FF7 character. But anyway, yeah, like the game that I really remember getting super into on the PS2 was Disgaea. Both named Asuka. I knew it. Dumb. I was saying out loud, this is the only pattern, the only other pattern for the first 3 levels that I don't know how to dodge. And as I was saying that, I got hit. This dude took me a second. You don't want to go to the left side of the screen here. This is not easy to dodge on the right. And then when he enters his next phase, he's going to do that like slam attack that he did before. Oh, after these bending lasers that I forgot about. And you can't be too high on the screen because it just, you see that? That's pretty easy to get hit by. And then I forgot that after that attack, you want to go high because he starts shooting the spines out of his back, and they're destructible. And if you don't destroy them, then they are homing. So that was why I bombed there. This game is fun, Deep Shock, and it's really forgiving for a shmup. I don't know if you saw, I died, and I still have most of my power-ups. I went from the max shot level of 5 to 4. Usually you lose all of your power-ups when you die in a shmup. And often it's like, you stop that. Often it's like you lose all your power-ups, but a power-up drops when you die, so you have to run and go collect it, which is chaotic. This is just like, yeah, you lose 1 level of your shot and 1 level of your support or your auxiliary gun, which I think from this point forward, I never get the S again. This level is really short, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if it's possible to maintain a chain of like the bonus mode for like the majority of the level. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes it says bonus time. Oh, never mind. I got the S again right away. That's what I meant. And then you see it'll display these multipliers next to enemies. So you activate that by collecting a power-up when you're already maxed out. And if you collect another power-up, it extends that time. So this level has a lot of power-ups at the beginning. So I wouldn't be shocked if you could like rack up a ton of points here. How's it going, Roll Fizz? Yeah, it's I like it thematically. Deep Shock. Trouble Witch's Neo, never in my life. But I have seen The Matrix. This boss is really easy. It fires its feathers at you, but you're not even seeing that because they're, like, you saw a couple there. They're destructible. So you just hang out behind it, wait for it to charge at you, and then it'll dive, so you dodge it that way. That is literally it. I don't think Cannon Spike would qualify, but I don't know. It's not on the list, I can tell you that. But there's a lot of stuff that's not on the list. It's pretty complete, but not 100%. God, that's awesome. I love the sounds in this game so much. I would have colorful feathers, yes. I love Boletta. So, it doesn't get much harder to survive in this level, but recovering from a death here is pretty hard. And this defend people, I think I don't rescue all the people here. Thank you. Enjoy lurking, Nemu. I think I don't rescue all the people here, and even if I do, like, it's tight, it's difficult. So, like, it's the dinosaurs in the lower right corner, the, like, little raptors or whatever. The ones that look like cassowaries, those will kill the humans really quickly. So you really have to be on it, which means you're glued to the bottom of the screen when all this dangerous stuff is spawning at the top. Yeah, so they killed a human there, I think. Maybe not. Thanks, Deep Shock. Well, I did kick this game's ass. I'm not playing it right now. Hell yeah. Good luck. Yeah, I think you can too. If you're getting that far, you can. It's just, can you stomach the frustration? Because all the changes they made to that game to make it harder are maybe a little wrong-headed. So these guys are kind of tough. They shoot these like orbs into the air. They turn the ball into a glowing orb. And that like splits into like an 8-way shot. So if you don't have enough power-ups here, you just will get overwhelmed. So I found that continuing your way through this game, it feels way harder than it is. It's actually, you know, pretty easy. I would say this was even less difficult than Asuka and Asuka. I'm not saying you don't handle frustration well. It's just, it's a frustrating game. I mean, wouldn't really blame anyone for being like, that's enough. I love this thing jumping like a dog going for a frisbee. I didn't rescue the guy at first. Isn't that nice? Yeah. I actually think it's really helpful to let that dinosaur jump over you like that. Rather than focusing on killing it as fast as possible. Turned off their fax machines. That's good. So these like giant bugs are what makes this level kind of scary. And these plants here, this is where if you're not fully powered up, like the game will just kind of kill you. It feels like kind of poorly balanced. I don't know why I bombed there. I don't know what I thought was gonna hit me. But those flowers, you really need to kill them as quickly as possible. And without max level shot, I know I bombed there because I thought it might be necessary to rescue the guy. What did I say? What? No, these flowers. There are flowers that you have to kill as quickly as possible. I wasn't talking about the bees. Those right there. It's those things. You will get overwhelmed if you can't kill them quickly enough. It is an Omu, yeah, that's true. From Nausicaa. I got this full thing because I was like, ooh, what's that? And I couldn't tell what it was. And it meant that I lost, or that I got this M power up, so, oh well. This boss, I felt kind of cheated the first time I got to this boss because it's like when you transition it to this phase, it's not super clear like when you can hit it again, and also, hey, thanks Professor Bad Vibes, how are you? The way it moves is a little tricky. So you can see I got way out of its way because I'd been burned like literally the previous run. Those are Rafflesias, aren't they? They're Laflesias. I didn't have to play this game enough to develop like a real strategy for this guy. I don't know why I bombed there. I was totally fine, but it's easier when you're watching and not playing. Well, everything's more dangerous in Crimson Clover. Aren't these Christmas bullets good, though? They really do. I want to put them in my mouth. I started to get a little nervous here because the last time I played this, I actually killed it right then. So I had no idea what was going to happen, but then it just died instantly anyway. So, okay. I think at this point I'm panic bombing so liberally because I know I just need to hang on and I've got it. The last boss is not that tough. But, you know, I've only got the one life. There is a 1-up later in this stage, but, you know, you have to get there. I also got really confused here. These falling rocks can't hurt you, but I thought they could. So I was like, how do you rescue this guy? And I think I let him die. No, I did get him this time. But like, I used to try to avoid those rocks. It's not necessary. Hey, Akyu. Yeah, the first time I played it, I ignored them and they didn't hit me. But then another time I got hit by something I didn't see and I was like, oh, that must have been one of those rocks. It wasn't. I have no idea what it was. I'm sure it was just an enemy crashing into me. Because there's nothing else going on in that screen. Not the Hanna-Barbera boulder. I love that game. Haunted Castle. That is so fun. There's not much to say at this point. This is a really long level. And that's the only thing about this game is it does feel like it could be a little shorter. 30 minutes for a loop is not that long in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's that combined with the relatively slow scrolling speed and the game being a touch on the simple side. Like, I mean, you're seeing these bullet patterns. They're not that complicated. Which game has that, Fireball? So I think I almost get hit here. Because there's some section where I got hit as I was scrolling up. And so I started getting really nervous about any time the screen scrolled up because I forgot when it was. Oh, Calvin and Hobbes, okay. That game is sick, Raccoon. Yeah, so you can see these dinosaurs are killing the shit out of the humans. I don't know how to save them all on this level. It never ended up mattering. You see that? But I did get an S. I feel like I lose this really fast, like I maybe run into another power-up. Yeah, there's the 1-up. I don't actually know how you spawn that. It wasn't always there. I credit-fed this game twice before I 1cc'd it, and it was only there on the second credit feed and on the 1cc. So, beats me. This is kind of a challenging set piece if you don't know what to do. Basically, these guys go off into 4 corners, and you can kill the one in the upper right corner immediately before it fires. So if you do that, all you need to know is this blue one will shoot horizontal shots that flick up when you're above them, and vertical shots that will flick to the left when you're to their left. So you can just move in a little box pattern and you won't get hit. Unfortunately, it died so quickly that that was difficult to actually demonstrate. And then those guys just like fire destructible bubbles at you, which isn't that scary. This part made me a little nervous because these enemies at the bottom of the screen have a lot of hit points. I was a little worried that my attention would get split and then something would live way too long and kill me, but it didn't end up happening. Don't make the FF7 joke again, Dot. You already did it once. So you like have two choices here. If you don't take your focus off of the dinosaur, it dies before it does this, which is kind of a nasty pattern. You can see I was forced to bomb there. Air quote forced. I just didn't feel like dodging it. But if you do that, it can be kind of difficult to dodge the first pattern. So ultimately I decided, like, you know what, fuck it. I'll just wait for it to charge and bomb. Thank you, Eltriok. Maybe I will then. Look at this thing. Look at this dinosaur. This enemy looks so cool. I love this game, DJ. So that was really the last level. I haven't, Eltriok. I hear it's way harder than this. But the last boss is like its own level. An Otoki boss. Otoki is a deep cut. Hey Gomi, how's it going? I was gonna message you after the stream. I'm in trouble with Yu-Gi-Oh! I have got to find a way to like grind that game a little bit because everyone else has way more practice than I do. I don't need to win the tournament. I just don't want to be a complete free win. That's all. You can get through this next section without bombing, but I never, ever really felt comfortable doing it. So I just waited and then bombed and killed these from the other side. Yeah, I want to know how to pilot my deck. Yeah. There you go. So this thing, it's got these two like tendrils. I think it's pretty tough if you don't kill one of them as quickly as possible. So I just did that. And then I think it's got like two more phases. So this is it shoves its ass at you, which has an eye inside. It looks so good, yeah. And you want to get under here because it does start shooting bullets upwards, and also it's moving in that direction. I don't remember this phase at all. And I said that out loud as I was playing. I remember doing that. Yeah, looks like it just shoots this spread pattern and fires enemies at you. This is pretty simple conceptually, but it's a little trickier than it might look because this big spread pattern does curve a little bit. And this can get a little hairy. because it'll stack all this stuff and these red bullets that just move straight at the same time. Yeah, and eventually my focus gave way. But don't worry, he's about to die. There. Give me just a second. I'm going to run to the restroom while the end game sequence is playing. But that's the game. Okay, what did I say the review music was? It's Bird Island, right? Let me find that real quick. So I never wrote a review for this. I don't want to take up too much of your time with reviews, but again, I'm really tired, like really tired, because I basically worked for 14 hours yesterday, so oops, don't do that. Yume Kobo has made some other games, yeah. I don't know, someone in chat will know. This seems like it's a little too loud. Let's bring it down just a little bit. I think this is in the Shmup scene. Why don't we review this, huh? We haven't done that yet. So the way that I've been doing this is when I credit feed a game, I write my first impression. And when I 1cc it, I write a full review. So not everything is going to get a full review, which I think is fair because, you know, if you haven't spent enough time with a shmup to 1cc it, I don't know that people put a lot of stock into what you have to say about it. I wrote Asuka and Asuka when I streamed it. And then when I 1cc'd Prehistoric Isle 2, I was like, you know, I should do this on the main stream instead. So yeah, the summary of the Asuka and Asuka review is like, I really didn't enjoy it, but I do think on some level I did it to myself because I was playing it in this really safe but really boring way. There might be fun to be had there if you don't play it the way I did. I won't be the one to find that out though. So let's talk a little bit about Prehistoric Isle 2. This game is a great time, but I must say I'm glad it only took me a couple hours to 1cc it because I think it could wear out its welcome fast. The scoring system doesn't seem, from my novice perspective, to have a ton of depth, and the presentation, I hate that word, but it is what it is wonderful, but novelty wears off eventually. Yeah, Alvi. All right, cool. It's looping. I need to get one of this that actually loops, but this is an incredible song in my book. Novelty wears off eventually, and I think if that had happened before I won, I might not have bothered to 1cc Prehistoric Isle 2. It still seems like a good beginner shmup because for as easy as it is, you do lose Lily for going in without a plan. And when do I graduate? Maybe level 20, and we'll say that we're in Shmup like grade school or something. Nah, because presentation is more, there's more to it than that. Anyway, you do lose for going in without a plan. So I think it's a good way to learn to route something, route a game. There just aren't as many moving parts as like Raiden Fighters 2. So it's a little easier to develop your own strategy. I do think that this made me a little better at shmups for that reason, but also if you watch this, you know the dodges are not especially difficult. By the way, I used the green helicopter and tried never to lose the G or S weapons. I suspect this is the optimal loadout. There. That's how I feel about that game. It's good. I like it. It's not my favorite shmup in the world. Yeah, they sure did. They sure did. All right, so let's put the reviews away. And there's one more off-screen 1cc that I want to replay. I'm actually really proud of this one, and I can't... Oh my god. There was a typo there. We have to start the whole stream over. I can't show you the whole run. You'll see. So Fire Barrel is the last 2 out of 45 game. I almost didn't 1cc this in time because this stream was supposed to happen last week, like last Wednesday. And I forget why I dropped it. I had a good reason. I was like sick or something. Yes. So we're only going to watch part of it. This game is really cool. Of the 2 out of 45s, like, I think if I wanted to pick a score attack game to play for the rest of my life, it would be Raiden Fighters 2. And on some level, that is my favorite of the 2 out of 45 games. But Fire Barrel is a lot of fun. Oh, right. That's exactly what it was. I canceled because this run was over 70 minutes long. So I was like, guys, I can't play shmups tonight. I'm so sorry, but I wore myself out. Yes. You two remembered, I see. So this game is pretty simple. You really just want this green weapon. I'm playing the player 2 ship because it scores like millions more points than the player 1 ship. It has to do with how your bonus for completing a loop is calculated, I believe. No, Polly. The reason that the title is what it is the name of this series ostensibly is ABCD STG, which felt clever when I came up with it. The problem is if you're scrolling through Twitch and you're looking for something to watch and you see just a big string of letters, you're like, I don't care enough to find out what the hell that is. You know what I mean? So the goal of ABCD STG is to graduate from Shmup Kindergarten, but no, I have not done that yet. So this game is like, it's pretty fast. It's not quite Raiden Fighters 2 speed, but especially as you progress into the game, like enemies will fire quickly. I did not mean to do that. I cannot believe I put graduating as the first word of my title and didn't think about how people were going to take that. Yes, Rojo. So I switched to the red shot here. because this enemy has a destructible gun on the front, and these two wings also have guns on them. So if you switch to the red shot, you kill those as quickly as possible, and then also kill it, you know, before it can do much of anything after that point. If I'd stuck with the green weapon, which is far and away the best gun in the game, that boss would have lived for much longer, and, you know, a shorter fight is a safer fight, is my opinion. So now I've switched back to green. Basically the play for most of this is keep the green gun as long as you can, because it is not maxed out yet. It's gonna get bigger. Hey, thanks, Bonus Lizard. How's it going? What were you up to? Oh yeah, that's called a spring rider, actually. I had to look that up to communicate to the artist I was commissioning. Which, is this his Twitch username? Hang on. Oh, there's already a shout out. Yeah, of course. What were you up to, Bonus Lizard? I had to communicate what the hell it was that I wanted. I was like, it's like the Raiden Mark II, but a spring rider. And then I had to post or to supply a reference image, which is a particularly funny brand of self-infantilizing. Like, yes, this is what I wanted. What about it? I'm replaying my 1cc. This like aircraft carrier or battleship or whatever that I just tore apart, it's actually kind of threatening. And I never was like super satisfied with any strat except just moving a whole lot left to right. Again, or like usually I like strats where, you know, you consider economy of movement and you're not forced to run all the way from one side of the screen to the other because you feel like you're in less control there. But nothing else was consistently dodging, so... I don't know what those are, Dan, though. Yes, policy. I had that same experience. So this dude was surprisingly tough because the first wave of this, the only part that you have to dodge, it's kind of quick and it blends in with your own shots. So a decent number of runs, I just got hit by that at the start and I was, oh, fuck, okay. I will say that the bullets are like way more highly visible in this game than Raiden Fighters 2. That's another sneaky thing about that game, is all the bullets are really small. They're all like this kind of dull yellow that just blends in with everything. At around this point in the game, like, speed killing enemies gets pretty important. They don't wait long before they fire. So I had to memorize quite a bit of the stage layouts. So after you point blank these three guys, you need to get back. That thing will kill you if you don't. And here's another thing that kept freaking killing me. So first of all, these helicopters will sometimes fire relatively fast bullets at you. This thing, it's honestly kind of tough. And I found that the only strat I had for it was wait for it to spawn and just hold left as it moves. And everything just kind of magically misses you. But if you're not on it and you have to dodge like in the middle of that pattern, it can get pretty difficult. Like Giga Wing. What about Battle Garega? That would be another one of that subset. So I've found that killing all of the train cars as quickly as possible is more important than hanging on to the green gun through that section. Since you have an opportunity to get it back here, these helicopters that fire these really fast red bullets are like the most threatening thing here, in my experience. So you can see I sort of overreact to it. And anytime I notice they're about to spawn, I kind of get tunnel vision. That bit me in the ass on the loop. Like right there, that was a... I don't know if you caught it. I was planning on tapping left, and then the helicopter fired an extra bullet, so I had to suddenly reconsider. And I tapped right, although it would have worked just as well to not do anything. Hey, Pascal, how are you? I was sweating a little bit when I got that blue gun, but the red one's fine. With 30 hertz auto fire, if you point blank that thing, it doesn't get to fire. I actually had the auto fire set slower at first. And like a Shmups person came in and said, look, everybody plays this game at 30 hertz. People just default to 30 hertz for most games. Like, you're just making this harder than it needs to be. So I turned it up to 30. Not yet, Pascal. That'll be in several weeks. But as you can see, switching guns for that boss really doesn't matter because you immediately get the green gun back at the beginning here. And this is getting into what I find to be the second most challenging thing about this game, which is just enemies will fire pretty damn quickly after spawning or after you scroll them on screen. If an enemy is off screen, it won't fire. I wish Visco had thought of that for Asuka and Asuka. But, oh my God, this reminds me. My stream title for this was When Fire's on a Barrel. It's not easier, it scores way higher. I think it just like calculates your bonus for finishing a loop wrong, which you get a lot of one-ups for points. This got to sound so weird to Shmup people that I said that instead of you get a lot of extends, but I'm trying to make this like relatively possible for people who don't know Shmups to follow. When Shmup people say extend, they mean extra life, but usually it specifically means an extra life that you get for scoring a bunch of points. And if it's something that is just in the stage or that you get through some other means, that will often be called an extra life or a one-up, although I've heard that called an extend as well. Point is. Yeah, exactly. Extend. Remember that game? I really want to play that one. It's pretty high up the list. It's in the 20s. I forgot to mention this, but I was like feeling a little frustrated about Raiden Fighters 2. Not because the game was hard for me, although that was part of it. I felt like I was doing a pretty bad job of making that stream fun to watch. And so I wouldn't say I was feeling sorry for myself, but I wasn't feeling great. And I somehow ended up watching Kamui's world record of Battle Garega. Battle Garega. I said it in the Battle Garega voice. Come on, Danbo. Extra. But I watched her run, and you know, she was like, she kind of talked about the emotional journey of like spending a lot of time away from Battle Garega and like both being inspired by a lot of renewed interest in the game and also like inspiring a lot of renewed interest in it, and going, you know what, I'm gonna improve my world record. So she talks about it in the like commentated replay of her world record. And I went, well, fuck, if she can like go to this arcade that's way out of her way every couple of days because the sticks are in good condition there, and like reset run after run because she's not on the right pace after the that's why I got a PS4 Wii Demon. That's me too. You know, reset if she's not on the right pace after the stage 2 birds and stuff. I could play Raiden Fighters 2 again at 1 in the morning, and then I did, and I 1cc'd it. I haven't heard that one yet, Danbo. So anyway, she won't, but if she could hear that she was like directly responsible for me like pushing through some frustration to get this 1 CC. She'd probably be happy. Oh, this level is actually pretty hard, by the way. That bomb that I did might have looked unnecessary, but I was using it to kill an enemy that has a tendency to keep firing after it dies. And so, like, I figured out the ideal thing to do to dodge it, which is to be, like, just kind of off to its right and make very small tapping movements to dodge. But I didn't want to get surprised by a posthumous attack, so I was like, I just want to bomb this. So I'd been playing this all afternoon, and like, I kept dying in places where it's like, man, I feel like I'm just off today. So what I did was I took a shower and I got lunch and I came back and I was playing way better. So the goal was to beat 1 loop of this. That's what's rated 2 out of 45. I beat 1 loop. Oh, let me pause this this story here. Let's go back like 10 seconds. That's way more than 10. The boss is coming up, and it's got these like little, I don't know, moving segments. I don't know what you would call it, guns or whatever. That as soon as they spawn, you can shoot them and they flash and make a noise. You're not damaging them. It's not until they start moving. I found this boss really confusing until Yaga pointed this out. So I'm not damaging this yet. Because if you do that, and then as soon as they start moving, you destroy them, you're like, oh, okay, it just had a ton of hit points, but it actually didn't. And it's kind of important because if you don't know that, you'll feel like you're just glued to one side of the screen this whole time. This one is weird. The thing in the front cannot be damaged, but the thing behind it can, which is why I bombed there. I was hoping to kill it during the duration of the bomb. This boss, honestly, is the hardest part of the game to me. This is the stage 5 boss, if you lost count of where we are. No, Toshiru, no. I never found a good way to deal with this without bombing multiple times. So you need to kill those turrets off to the right because they will push you around the screen, and then, you know, this will be aimed in a weird direction. But also, this guy has some guns, like, on him that I destroyed as I was taking out those side guns. And it's important to remove those too. So, like, I know it's possible not to just dump bombs on this guy, but I couldn't find a safe way to fight it without doing that. So anyway, the idea was to beat 1 loop of this, and I kept getting to, like, I had a few runs get to this stage. This is really the last challenging part of the game. But I had a lot of runs die in just random, like, weird fluke places on previous levels because I just wasn't on. And after I, you know, took a shower and cleared my head and came back, I had a few runs that were decent. No, actually, I didn't have. I credit fed once to be sure I was familiar with the rest of the game. And then I think it was my very next run. I beat the first loop and I beat the second loop and I got to the fifth boss of the third and final loop. And I genuinely believe that the only reason that I didn't end up beating all 3 loops of the game is there was something I didn't understand about how bomb invincibility works that got me killed on the second boss of the third loop. Yeah, bullet hells are generally higher. I think Death Smiles is a 9, which I have 1 CC'd that. So, like, it's not just that bullet hell shmups are harder than classic shmups. They're not necessarily. Some of the hardest shmups on the list are really simple games like this one. They're just, you know, really unfair. But the easiest games tend not to be bullet hell shmups. Please be kind? What happened? What did I do? Oh, I get it. My favorite thing about this Steam, like, Shmups Fest was Someone left a comment on the YouTube video of the like trailer. 'Cause if you didn't know, Steam ran a like Shmups Fest thing where a bunch of shmups went on sale, but like it was just games that had been tagged shmups by users, which meant that like their reveal trailer didn't include a single shmup. And so one of the comments, my favorite comment, was some guy said, "This is only gonna be funny if you've seen Jurassic Park. Now, are you planning on showing any shmups on your Shmup Fest?" Ian Malcolm. And I laughed a lot. Yeah, because there's so many fucking great shmups on Steam. I was getting a little nervous at this point. I think I even said out loud, well, the 1cc is probably dead, but you never know. Because if you're underpowered in this game, like it can be pretty difficult to claw your way back. Yeah, the roguelike sale that had a bunch of non-roguelikes. Good call. Yeah, there were, but... So I didn't even fucking bother. I'm like, I'm bombing this thing. I like some. Roguelikes, I mean. So, you know, I hate to say this is more of the same, because it sounds like I don't like the game. I love this game, but this stage is really not significantly different from, like, stage 1 or something. It's just everything fires faster. Now, I didn't play this for that long, so, like, I didn't really commit the whole game to memory. I just kind of tried to treat a lot of sections like I was playing Raiden or something. So when an enemy spawns, if you can react to it firing, you wait for it to fire and you tap a direction. Otherwise, if you can't react because it's too close or whatever, I just kind of plan and tap in a direction, you know, so that when it does fire, I'm safe. That was a cool hit. Hey, thank you. Oh, no, not thank you. That was in the video. God, that makes so much more sense. So, I use OBS to isolate my audio tracks so that when I record a VOD, I can just have the game audio. But if you add a new audio source, it defaults to outputting to all tracks. So for a long time, I've actually been recording my alerts as well as my gameplay. I bombed there not because that thing is difficult to dodge, by the way, but because you have to kill it fast. If you don't, it's really hard to dodge it at the same time as the other thing that spawns on the left. But as you can see, like, they know that boss has a lot of hit points and that you might, like, die several times fighting it. So it just doesn't spawn much else when you're following these train tracks. So you spend a lot of time kind of shooting nothing. It gets difficult again in a second. Those guys, I don't know what it is. There's something about how they fire where I tend to reflexively dodge to the right. And that's a big mistake against that particular enemy. You end up forcing yourself to make a really precise dodge, like flush with the wall. This is the stage 2 boss again. I bombed there because the enemy off to the side was firing random shots into the middle of this, but I do as much as I can by just dodging it. This is a pretty simple pattern to dodge. Since I'm so underpowered, I did have to bomb to be sure it died, though. Spider-Man Elsa videos. So this is a refight of the first boss. I think it has more HP, but it does the same thing that it does the first time you fight it. You can see that if you're not using the red weapon, it does live a lot longer. That's too much to get into. There were like weird ass like videos that kids were watching that seemed to be like mostly computer generated. Like they would just have a machine learning thing like generate a prompt and then slap together a video really quick. And it was just like Spider-Man and Elsa are hanging out and Spider-Man steals Elsa's dessert and Elsa is upset. And like they would get really weird sometimes, like characters would die or get pregnant. It's so fucking bizarre. So I forgot that the boss fight was actually done at this point. I was still really nervous. You see, I had exactly enough room to do that. But then it played the Contra theme here. I went, oh, okay, I'm probably fine now. Yeah, they had a lot of gore. Yeah. This is so weird. The last boss sequence is like a victory lap. It is not hard. Like, check this out. First of all, they give you a bomb right away, just in case. I think they wanted to make this like Gradius or something, where like the difficult part is getting to the end, and then once you get there, you feel like the big badass for taking down the boss. I will bomb here at some point, I think, for safety, because I'm like, man, I got one bomb. I don't want to lose my power-ups if I can avoid it. So it's not on this one. I believe it's on the next guy. But these things are really easy to dodge. That includes on the loops. Yeah, I love it, Danbo. It's especially funny when you like don't know that's the case and you just panic and blow all your resources and it's like, oh, wait a sec. Now, part of what's going on here is like, I don't think this game was balanced with auto fire in mind. So like I'm damaging these enemies much faster than IRAM thought I was going to, but like there's no way this was considered difficult even at the time. Area flat 3. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I like that too. I think I would find like a Pro Gear style. I was so pissed when I grabbed this. It probably is Deep Freeze. I was just grabbing the green power up so that it wasn't bouncing around during the fight. And I accidentally grabbed it right after it cycled to blue. Blue just does less damage. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Johan. But like, I don't know. I love that sequence where like you get to the boss and it has just like a bazillion cannons and they just die before they can fire. It's so cool. Sorry, Gotetsu. It's almost done. And there you go. By the way, the long play of this game on World of Long Plays is by Slouchy. Please watch how he does it. Air quotes does. So there you go. The battle with the mysterious Fourth Empire organization is not done yet. Yeah, that guy can play like no one else. Oh, hearing the same combo before, okay. So yeah, I beat this and I was pretty pleased with myself because like, look, this isn't a hard game if you're a shmupper, but I was having trouble with it. You know what I mean? Like, some of the bullets are pretty damn fast. Like I said, I think some of the shot patterns can be a little sneaky. Like an enemy will fire bullets in a way that like it feels really good to dodge to one side, and then it's like, uh-oh, you went to the wall. You know. Yeah, nuclear potato. I can imagine. So I had actually seen a little bit of the loop, the first loop before, because I got to it continuing and I was like, what the hell, why not? And I tried. And because of that, I managed to beat this entire loop. Probably around like here. Yeah, we're back on like the next to last boss. That was the last boss going down. You can see I have no extra lives here. So, like, don't watch this whole run. It's like 70 minutes long, but I was really proud of it because very many times I had no lives and no bombs, and I just had to play my ass off and hope that I managed to pull through. And I managed to clutch victory from the jaws of defeat many times. Not that I know of, Rojo, but there is a, yeah, I was going to say Thunder Dragon 2 lets you shoot the stage intro text. It's really funny. Like, that's so cool. This thing is just loaded with cannons. They don't even get to fire. That's so sick. I bombed there because I did not want to deal with it. And I think I did it to this thing too. Because I didn't know, okay, does this have more HP? On the loop, it doesn't. Well, it does, I think, but like marginally more. So then the third loop started and I got all the freaking way here. Right here. So you can see, like, I still have an extra life at this point. I'm pretty close to losing this. But the loop is really cool because it adds a lot of enemies. It's not just that it's got all the same enemies, but they're more aggressive, you know? So I don't know. I found it really fun. I would try to beat all 3 loops of this, which is apparently only rated as 6 in difficulty, but it's long. It is well over an hour long. No, it's just 3. So I almost 3-alled the whole fucking game. But I felt really good about this because, like I said, you know, the whole reason that I'm doing this project is I always wanted to get good at shmups, and like I felt like I never could. You know, like it just never clicked. And in particular, 2-alling any game at all just felt impossible to me. Because, like, you know, my focus is finite, right? You like that bomb? I was like, all right, I know I'm screwed. So, you know, being able to say I have 2-alled a game, even if it's this one, like, there was a spring in my step for the next couple days. Like, I would be hanging out with Voxander, and I was like, hey, you know what? You know what game you should play? You know what game you should play? Fire Barrel. You know, I 2-alled that, by the way. No big deal. In my head, I was like, it's a big fucking deal. Good job, Dot. Yeah, that just got to be too much for me. So there you go. That was my Fire Barrel run that got all the way to 3-5. I was like pretty damn confident that I would have just beaten the whole thing, but on the stage 2 boss, so the stage 2 boss caught me off guard on the second loop because its pattern changes in a way that changes how you dodge it. So I was like, well, if it does that again, I'm dead. So I was like, I'm just going to drop a bomb and go point blank it and see if I can kill it. And I just died in the process. So I don't know what happened there. I think there's something I don't understand about how this game gives you invincibility during the bomb. So yeah, that was Fire Barrel. So this means I've 1cc'd every game that's rated 2 out of 45 on the Japanese Shmup difficulty ranking wiki. If you thought Prehistoric Isle was a 4, you have an old version of the wiki. It's the one that's on the Shmups forum post. That pinned post goes to my review spreadsheet, and my translation of the current Japanese difficulty ranking list is in the tabs down here. So this means that I have 1cc this, which I believe has more than doubled my count of arcade 1cc's for shmups. Probably not for arcade games, period, just because I used to be a relatively high level fighting game player, and like the AI usually plays really stupid in fighting games, even if it's like hard. So, you know, if you play a game enough, you might catch on to how to consistently 1cc it. So I probably 1cc'd a bazillion fighting games. To me, that's not quite the same sort of accomplishment. But I don't know what to do tonight because I was planning on credit feeding all of these. That might be a little too long because it is like 9:30 right now and I am dead tired. You know, not to complain because no one asked me to do this. I did this to myself. I worked so hard on the Castlevania shit. I'm doing like a Castlevania community challenge thing. Did a big stream for it yesterday. That stream was like 5 or 6 hours, and I was prepping it beginning at about 11 a.m. It was at 7 p.m. So like I was basically working for 14 hours. Yeah, there are like 20 people playing Castlevania right now. Has Vox beaten Chronicles yet? I was watching her do that before, you know, I had to go live. Anyway, so I'm going to be real. I don't think I can credit feed 6 games that I've never seen before. Let's just play some of them, and then I'll see how I'm feeling. I did load these games up to make sure that they would like work. Except for this one. I have this one on Saturn. She was going to beat classic mode and then beat arrange mode. Can you tell me what the Simon sprite is? If it's the one with the like red hair, then she beat classic mode, which is harder. So give me just a second. I got to get some water. Believe it or not, talking for 2.5 hours of Shmup 1cc's is kind of tiring. So thank you. I'm on the other side of the room. Isvi, hello. How's it going? What were you up to? You missed it. I played back 4 Shmup 1cc's and commentated them all exhaustively. Simon does not appear to have red hair. Okay. Oh my God, were you playing Haunted Castle? I would recognize that weird squatting Simon anywhere. Hell yeah. Isn't that game fun? So anyway, I want to review Fire Barrel before we move on to difficulty level 3. For a certain value of fun. Red Hair Simon is easier. She's doing the harder version first. I have perhaps neglected to mention that while the purpose of this project is to document a novice's experience learning arcade shmups, I actually do have some arcade 1cc's, arcade 1cc's under my belt, like Bat Rider Normal, Batsugun Special, 2 loops, maybe just 1. Sorry, I got an itchy elbow. 1 loop of Gunbird using Yuan Nong, which I think is an undocumented difficulty modifier. Death Smiles, Mushihime Original, and a few games like that. But I'll say, That fire barrel seemed to be just right for me when it came to difficulty. This took me... Doesn't MAME actually show how long you've played a game? Let me see something. Fire barrel. Where does it list that? Damn, I guess I can't see. Oh well. Something like 6 hours of work. And I never really felt like I had locked everything in. The goal for this run, the thing that's rated 2 out of 45, is to beat 1 loop of this game. But it actually has 3 loops in total. And after bashing my head against the first loop for a few hours and feeling like I was getting nowhere, I managed to beat not 1 loop, but 2 and get to the fifth boss. In my opinion, the hardest part of the whole game, of the 3rd loop, before finally losing my last life. In what seems to be a pattern for these easier games. I'm Neo Antoine. These easier games, fire barrel seems to be sort of poorly balanced, particularly if you're using I saw Neo Zero post a bunch of Neo Antoine emotes and I was like, oh, there's Neo Antoine now, but it wasn't. Auto fire. The whole name of the game is get max, the max power green shot and don't lose it. If you do this, you can literally kill like 4 of the last boss's 5 forms before they have a chance to fire. So if you give it a try and it's kicking your ass, maybe keep that in the back of your mind. I had this experience too. And then suddenly, yeah, that's true. That's true. Got the run and nearly 3-alled it. I feel like a broken record, but much like the other 2 out of 45 games, I feel most... what I got out of this one primarily was a lesson in the importance of routing. I basically learned this by credit feeding it over and over again until I had a pretty good idea of where I tended to die. And then I just solved those problems analytically without save stating. This isn't a value judgment. To be clear, I think anyone in their right mind would save state to learn a game they were having trouble with, I just ended up accidentally 1CCing it before reaching that phase. The actual dodges can be a touch chaotic because while the bullets aren't anywhere near, well, they're pretty close, aren't quite as fast as Raiden Fighters 2, they can catch you off guard, especially the green shots enemies fire, which blend in with your own weapon, unless you aren't using the green shot, but then you have another problem. And a particular hue of yellow that was used for example, the even odd pattern fired by the stage 2 boss. If I happened to be out of position, I had to make the decision of whether to bomb very quickly. And I think I'm probably a better player of all shmups for it. Is it? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'm talking right now. Can you hear me? I think my voice is shot after yesterday's stream is the main thing. And the song might still be a touch loud. Yeah. The music is ducking. It's not ducking enough. Okay, now I don't sound quiet anymore, Sheriff. As a big Raiden Fighters fan, I really hate to say this, but I think this may have been my favorite. Well, I turned the music down a little bit, so I probably didn't need to do that, but so it goes. Of the 2 out of 45 games, I have a soft spot for arcade games with a lot of... Is bombast a word? It is, right? How's it going there, Rachel? You damageless run any games lately? Big explosions, loud noises, huge bullet patterns, player and enemy fanning out to fill the whole screen. I get the impression Air Gallet is another such game. You might not be blown away by Fire Barrel like I was if you don't share this preference. Yeah. How are you, DCD? How'd Rondo go? If you don't share this preference for big, loud games that are big and loud, but if you do, I think you really need to try this one. Also, after playing Raiden Fighters 2 and Asuka so close together, it was a real breath of fresh air to play this really fast game with tons of garish neon bullets. Hell yeah, DCD. You know, Irem never lets you down. That's not true in the pixel art department. And the music's great too. There. Pretty big fan of Fire Barrel by the end of it. Oh, it doesn't feel like the deepest game, but I mean, that's what it's doing at the bottom of the list. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's do that actually. Whoops. This isn't true. Damn it, Eltriot. How dare you? So what do we do now? I guess stop the music and look at these 3 out of 45 games. So Gekirin Dan is, I'm going to, you set up your Oki ahead of time. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know you knew about Oki. You've been hanging out with Kala. All right, so why don't we do in Sector X first? I believe this is a horizontal game. I'm sorry, we're not watching Prehistoric Isle again. This game is 4 hours long. Oh, where are you? There we go. In Sector X, level 3 out of 45. I got to make this a little smoother too. You want to make text sources point to .txt files if you're doing this thing where, if you're curious, this drop shadow effect, all it is I duplicated this text source and applied a like color correction filter, turning the brightness all the way down. I don't know about all the way to 45 wishy because really once you hit like the mid 20s, you get really tough video games. Like I just want to get as far as I can get. And I have a vague goal. Here, let me show you. To give you an idea of where I'm hoping to go with this, and I really don't know if I'll get there. Where are you? There. All right. So first of all, the way this works is I don't have to 1cc every single game in every difficulty tier. I did that for 2, mostly out of curiosity, because everybody was saying that Raiden Fighters 2 was way too hard. And I was like, okay, well, I have to play the other 2 out of 45 so that I can make my mind up on that. Yeah, of course I would, Left V. That sounds awesome. But anyway, so once I reach a level, I just need to 1cc one game to be allowed to move on to the next one. Whether I choose to is a different story. So I'm going to try all these games out. And then I'm going to pick one and go, this is the one I want to 1cc. After I do it, I might move on to 4 here. Yeah, I kind of figured, Boniface. So that's how the progression works. And there's a game that I actually own the arcade board of. And I'm like a little embarrassed to own it because like I know a lot of really good shmup players who would kill to have this game, and they're a lot better than me. So if they had it, they would they would love it, right? So like I don't know how familiar you are with shmups, but if I can show you what's around it, you can get an idea for like about how far I would like to push this. If I can't get that far, that's totally fine. I mean, like, I only have so much time in the week to practice shmups, and if I'm just hitting the point where it's like, yeah, you're not good enough to do this without a shitload of practice, like, I'll be fine with that, right? But my goal is a game by the name of Dangan Feveron. It's a disco-themed shmup. And it's specifically if you get the true last boss, that's rated at 30. So the requirements to spawn the true last boss are pretty simple. Don't die, ever. And that's the hard part. once you do that, it's actually bugged, so you can just kill it. It can't hurt you. Yeah, I really like Batsugun Special. I actually really want to do that one, Raccoon. But so like, I think the one that a lot of people are familiar with is one loop of Gradius 3. The arcade Gradius 3 is really hard, right? That's how hard Danganronpa is. Yes, it is. It is glitched. So like, you know, I'll just scroll back a little bit and you can see like I don't know if you're familiar with Thunder Dragon 2, Dodonpachi DFK, like Battle Garega. This is another really famous game. So this is about the difficulty level that like in a perfect world I would love to hit. Once you get past 30, I'm going to be honest, you get into a lot of Donpachi games, which like that's fine. I love Donpachi. I think Dodonpachi is really good too. The later ones are not totally my thing because I don't enjoy like chain-based scoring that much. But there's a lot of stuff that like I haven't heard of and don't care about here. Like I don't care about P47, for example. This Trigon game is not cool. You know, I'm not that interested in anything on level 34 here. So at some point we might just abandon this and it might go, all right, I got pretty good at shmups. So next I want to beat Tatsujin-O, for example. This is a really tough game, you know, and maybe I'll switch from doing this gradual progression to just like bashing my head against something that is way too hard for me until I get good enough. But you know, right now I'm not really worried about that. I'm worried about these like baby level shmups. So, but I think getting all the way to 45 is not realistic. Like if you look at the 45s here, there are two. It's Futari Ultra and Diojo White Label 2-all, which they're fucked. They're so hard. And like I don't know, I just feel like if you're gonna like 2-all a really tough video game, you're probably planning on sort of majoring in that game. Ketsui's number got erased by mistake. Does anybody remember? Is it 43 or 42? We'll never know. So that's my very rambling answer to you is no, I'm not going all the way to 45. I think that's pretty unrealistic. Unless I was planning on just becoming a shmup only streamer. And honestly, maybe even then it wouldn't be in the cards. So 43. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. What happened was I think someone hit mini dot and that sometimes will clear cells that I have selected. So, all right. So we're going back to 3 here in Sector X. Let's do it. I assume we want the Japan version. Because it's the Japanese like community rankings, so hopefully this is not super, super loud. Whoa, cool. Cool. All right, my controls are not set properly. Does this game have like a bomb button? Oh, that S is probably speed, right? This game is also on the Genesis. Okay, yeah, it does have a bomb button. Some whimsical shit going on here. Did you know this is a juvenile antlion? This is MAME. M-A-M-E. I was really, like, reluctant to use MAME because I have some, like, frustrations with its interface. And at times, some versions of MAME have been, like, almost unplayably laggy for, like, every game for me. Antlions are real, yes. But holy shit. Whoops. All right. That was cool. Let's fix the auto fire. Add auto fire button. Input P1 button 1. Hotkey. This. Create. Add auto fire button. P1 button 2. Hotkey this. Create. Return to previous menu. Okay. So 30 hertz auto fire might actually be disadvantageous. By the way, left to my own devices, I would actually use slower auto fire. Like, I'm totally willing to play these games the way they were quote-unquote intended to be played. Because sometimes you turn on a really fast turbo button for a game and it's like, yeah, they didn't mean for me to have this. But, I think that might be part of the, like, attitude problems that I have, that have maybe kept me from getting as good as I can at shmups. Input assignments. P1 button 1. How do you, like, not bind it? Keyboard delete? Okay. That might have fixed it. $12 Hz, yeah. I thought about limiting it to 12 as well. Yeah, a lot of them. I haven't made up my mind on it. It's just that I have heard a lot of shmup people tell me, like, I just do 30 on everything, and if that breaks the game, that's the game's problem. So for the time being, I'm gonna try that. But this might be a game where you actually don't want your turbo to be that fast, though, is the thing. Hang on. Yeah, that's so weird. If you die on the last checkpoint, it's like a 20. That's a delight. Anyway, hopefully it's obvious why 30 might actually be like a disadvantageous auto fire speed on this. There are huge gaps in my like shots because I can only have like 3 on screen at a time or whatever. Oh. We're good. He turned Christmas colors. Oh. How many stages are there in this game? Oh, this looks like that Mickey Mouse game. Dumbass. I don't know why I thought I could go, like, above the top of the screen. This is literally what I was planning. Five? Okay. I think I have a preference for shorter shmups. It's another reason that I don't see myself ever getting, like, super good at these, because, like, at some point you hit a game where you're mostly looking at, like, 2-alls, or a point where you're mostly looking at 2-alls for, like, games that you haven't done yet, and it's like, man, I don't know, like, playing a single game for, like, hours and hours, how much would I really enjoy that? What does A do? Yeah, Lily. Fuck. That makes perfect sense. If you don't die, yeah, well. Also, I will say that if, for some reason, auto-fire is just not an option for a game, like if it were against the rules of a tournament I was in or something, I simply wouldn't be able to play, because I have pretty severe, like, repetitive stress injury that I'm dealing with. Dude, I have hit every setting in MAME that I can to try to fix this. I'm glad I looked at OBS while I was playing. I can't figure it out. MAME doesn't run at a consistent 60 FPS. The OBS preview does. This game literally looks smoother for you guys than it does for me. I find it really difficult to play these games when, like, they're not at a consistent fluidity. And I've hit every setting that I can to try to fix it. Is there a chance my RSI can get better? Basically, no. But it's still quite manageable, so it's not the end of the world for sure. But the important thing is I can't make it worse, you know? Oh, look at this dude! Where's the fucking... Oh, I like this dude a lot. I'm dead. No, I mean, I can't. Like, I shouldn't. You know what I mean? Dude, I bet I can 1cc this tonight. Unless it gets way harder. This feels like kind of a memorizer. And again, I'm playing with turbo. This is definitely the era where, like, a lot of the difficulty is, like, doing that on the buttons, you know? Yeah, no, I understand. I said it weird, so. Oi! Whatever. I'll keep continuing. Because I don't want to just immediately go, okay, in Sector X is the one I'll do. You know, fuck me. Yeah, but that's not the issue. The issue is that it's really inconsistent, even though I hit all the settings that are supposed to correct for that. And the OBS preview itself is really consistent. So, like, there's just something going on. And, like, I also have, like, tearing lines when I watch videos on my computer, so I think the problem is not MAME, it's me. Yeah, I didn't either. I saw that one. We have to at least get to stage 3. I feel like I want to 1cc this one. I know it doesn't look doable right now, but, like, trust me. I'm pretty sure I can. I actually have a Raiden Fighter's jet board. Raccoon, and I cannot play it on my retro tank. Alright, you don't want to do that. It controls fine. I feel like it's kind of rare for shmups to have like significant control issues. Because it tends to be the simplest kind of control scheme. Where just for every frame that the joystick is held in a given direction, you move, you know, 1.3 pixels or whatever, you know, whatever the speed is for the game that you're playing. I keep expecting that to go into the Pokemon Center jingle, the boom, 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 that thing. It sounds just like it. You know what I mean? Anyway, I've been told that the antlions that like dig holes and are ambush predators are actually like larval, or I forget the term for like a juvenile bug, but they're not adult antlions. Like when they mature, they like fly. The thing they're named after is something they only do in childhood. Like if I was named Get Good Grades. I don't know. I got nothing, man. Ha. What does the A do? Oh, I don't think that was a very good power-up to grab, actually. Nymph! Yeah, I was thinking of Nymph. Is this good? This power-up, this seems kind of, like, weak. Fuck. Alright, we're good. Surely it's almost dead, right? There it goes. This has a Genesis version, and it's like totally different. It's like they're going for cool or like weird instead of this. I don't feel like I want any more speed, but why not? When in Rome. Get really fast. That's the rest of that sentence. Whew. Yeah, alright. This is probably more than I can control, actually. Oh well. Whoa. An acorn. Okay. Yeah. Oi! Oh my god, dude. I got tricked. Back me up on this. This is kind of a memorizer, right? Enemies just spawn directly behind you and fuck you up. Oh, hey. How's it going, guys? Hey there, Duke. I'm picking out a game that's rated 3 out of 45 difficulty to learn to 1cc. Because I 1cc'd every game that's rated a 2 on the Japanese difficulty ranking wiki. Yeah. What were you up to? There we go. Yeah, shout out Duke. Yeah, thank you. Maybe Duke shouted out Duke. I'm starting to wonder if it was going down here that was provoking him to do that dash thing. And if you go up here, he gives you this thing that's way safer. A bunch of interesting stuff and some not very good stuff. Great. Around stage 5 or so? Okay. Oh, Famicom Spelunker 2? Yeah, that game is like a weird-ass like RPG. Guys, this is a project that I've been doing for kind of a short time. Whoa! It's over. Where I'm going through the Japanese Shmup difficulty ranking wiki and like trying to 1cc a game from every difficulty level, like before I move on. I'm not trying to go all the way because the 45 out of 45 games are like, I think even someone who plays shmups like constantly would struggle with them, right? And you know, I balance it with all my other shit. So I 1cc'd every game in the 2 out of 45 bracket, which is Raiden Fighters 2, Fire Barrel, Raiden Fighters 2, Fire Barrel, Asuka and Prehistoric Isle 2. So now I'm at level 3. I'm trying all the games out to pick one that I want to 1cc. This one's already making a pretty strong case. Because, you know, idea is I'm trying to get better at shmups. As you can see, this one is apparently quite difficult for me. So those are the specific games that I think I have the most to learn from. I'm not trying to 1cc anything tonight. I'm just trying out as many of the games as I can. I'm feeling a little low energy today because I streamed for, I streamed for 6 hours today, but yesterday, but I also worked for 8. So I, like on top of that. So by the end of the stream, I was like, oh my God. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you for the raid. What do you think of that? Hey! Something about it, man. I don't know. I think part of it is my brain is not really on right now. Yeah, I did beat Haunted Castle. Is Space Dude a shmup? I don't think so. Oops. Whoops. Groovy. So apparently this game is really short if you know what you're doing, which kind of appealing, honestly. Whoops. Oh, that's a little confusing. I feel like I need to just get in there as soon as possible. Like, can I do this? Yeah, there we go. Doesn't that sound like the Poke Center thing? Oh. Super Pitfall was the worst game. I see. Yeah, I played version K. I would like to play version M at some point, but it didn't. I don't think it would have made sense to do that as my very first experience with the game. Yeah. Oh. I don't know, I find this one kind of fascinating already. Hey, not being you, how's it going? There you go. That doesn't look like foreground stuff. I don't know if it's clear what was going on there. I was trying to move right, but I was getting blocked by that pipe. It sort of blends in just a little bit. I'll tell you this. I know I could 1cc Haunted Castle, like, easily. So I will be doing that at one point. Probably during the Classic Vania challenge, just because it makes the most sense to do it then. Wouldn't be easy if I were playing version M, but I don't have to worry about that. That's good. Oh, too bad. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm really tired. Spelunker 2 has the heat signature of a Bill game for sure. I don't know what a heat signature is, please. If I've said something offensive or stupid, it's because I don't know any better. I think there was like a movie they were watching in Adventure Time called Heat Signature, and that's the only reason that I know that is a term that might exist. Don't do that to me. Don't you do that to me either, Sheriff. I can't pause during shmups. This is super annoying. There, I hit P on the keyboard. I hope you're happy. What's a heat signature? Yeah, it's so weird. Nice guy, man. That's cool. All right, dude. In Sector X kind of rips. I'm kind of leaning toward this one, but we have a whole every other game to get through, so. It's never incredibly clear where I have to shoot to damage a boss. I guess about there. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah, I need to do that policy. I just keep forgetting. Look at this dude. You saying it has 5 levels or 6? Skull! That's where they got the idea to make this game badass on the Genesis. Holy shit. Alright, so I have been told that recovering from checkpoints in the late game is a pain in the ass, so I'm not gonna force this. Oh, you're so funny, Lily. Oh, you mean, I thought you, never mind. I understand now. I did know that. Are you? So there are like runs of that out there. If you're inclined to look at videos to like get some ideas, I think JC did a loop speed run. So fuck my whole life, dude. This game in Sector X. So anyway, yeah, those Medusa head enemies are so fucked up. They're like, I will go to bat for the US version of CB3. I think it's a more like competently and carefully designed game than it's given credit for, and I have contributed to that. I've talked about how they made a lot of wrong-headed changes to make the game more difficult that were perhaps not very carefully considered. And having played it a lot recently, I feel I have a new appreciation for it. But the loop, the loop really is, they were just doing whatever. Long stretches of it are like not even very difficult, and then You've got, like, literally the most unfair platformer enemy I think I've ever seen. Nice dodge, Dot. Yeah, thanks. No one knows what A does, but I keep grabbing it. The music in this game is whack, I guess. It's not great. I don't hate it. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Wow, all right. Are you telling me it's difficult to recover from some of the checkpoints in this? I don't know what you're talking about. I missed the power-up. Oh, auto-fire, I see. Maybe I shouldn't be using auto-fire at all. I mean, again, that's kind of not an option for me because of my hands, but... Whoops. Yeah, Dodonpachi is like 20. That's for the 1-all. 21. I was just looking at it. It's in... The list is pinned in the chat right now. It's just not in the main tab of the spreadsheet, so it's easy to miss. Yeah, 17 for a 1-loop. Yeah. I practiced that game for a couple hours, and I got pretty deep into the final stage on 1 credit. I was using the A laser. And I kind of got frustrated with it. Because I was doing a project at the time. I feel like I'm always doing a project. Where I was just trying to beat as many, or beat 100 games that I'd never beaten before. I can't believe that was a hit. It's not on that list. Hey there, Hotski, how are you? So anyway, not too great. But I'm just playing this to get a feel for it. So I was playing it and I was like, dude, I am not going to enjoy this game if I'm like just forcing myself to beat it as quickly as possible. All right, I'm gonna be real. In Sector X, let's write down our first impressions for it. This is kind of fun. This is kind of high up on the list of like games I might be interested in. Give me just a second, okay? I'll be right back. I'm here. Okay, so can a mod here, I'll do it. Hang on. /poll rate in sector X. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make these really short polls. I'm going to say 2 minutes. You can vote on how cool you think this game is on a scale of 1 to 5. And then once the voting is done, I'll give my own score to it because I don't want to accidentally sway the vote. I don't suppose there's anyone here who can calculate chat's rating because we were like averaging it before. So you can see like you get all these decimal places. Thank you, Danbo. I hope you enjoyed dot level Mogu. Thank you, Car. God, thank you so much. All right, first impression. Seems like kind of a memorizer, but I'm tempted to learn it based solely on how hard it was when I gave it a try. I think this game might be crafted to attack my specific weaknesses. All right. So what year? Oh, did I put that in Geki Rintan? I did. Sorry. Put it here instead. All right. So graphics. Let's find out when this came out. I think Mame will tell me. In 1989. 1989. Same year as Asuka and Asuka. I don't think the graphics are like amazing, but they're like fine. I'd give it a 7. Sound. Also not the strongest, I guess. Because... all right. 3.56. You guys are fast. 3.56. Pretty high. I'm not a big Cloudmaster fan, which is good because I think that game is like hard as hell, so... sound, I mean, I'm gonna be real, I didn't like the music that much. I'm gonna say like a 6. Fun though. It's like an 8 and fun. And atmosphere also like a 9 even. You know, I'm a sucker for like game worlds that have like a gimmick. You know, and this one does. My own rating personally, 3.5. My score, I actually not sure because I continued before noting it. Up next, so this game is not eligible. I can't make this the one that I won CC because I've already done it. Batsugun Special, if you're not aware, loops like so many times. Like 5 times. It's 4 times, I think. So Batsugun was a really cool game, and they made a special version. It had a lot of differences. I've heard this called like the first modern shmup because of its emphasis on like managing subsystems, which a lot of old shmups have too. And more importantly, the bullet pattern design as well as your really small hitbox. So Batsugun Special, I think, was this the last Toa Plan game? They didn't last very long into the 90s, I know that much. I watched a video of somebody once seeing this. And then I turned around and did it within like an hour. Don't get your hopes up for a repeat performance as I am super tired. But, whoops. I don't expect it to take too long. No. And I may not have this. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like I do. Yeah, I don't get that one. All right. I think I need to turn off non-integer scaling. This actually really bugs me. I can't find the .ini setting to force integer scaling. I heard that and I was like, fuck, did I just get a donation? What did I do? That seemed really loud, was it? Yes, it was. Maybe down there. I don't want to play type A. That's cool, Hutski. All right. Here goes nothing. So the way this game works is you have like an experience bar that builds, I think, as you kill stuff and maybe as you collect point items. But also, there are little pigs that pop out of the ground, and some of them are pink. And if you spawn a pig and you like sit close to it, it'll wiggle its ears, and for every frame that it's wiggling its ears, you get a lot of points. Pink pigs work similarly, except I think you can't collect them at all. And for every, yeah, it's that pig. For every frame that it wiggles its ears, you gain a lot of experience. Hang on, I need to do something. I can't see the HUD. I think this game is cool as shit, Deep Freeze. That's what I think. So to get the pink pigs to spawn at all, you have to do like kind of specific stuff, and it's weird. It's like you need to be holding down and left on the D-pad, the joystick, when these specific enemies die, and then you'll do it. So I don't expect to see any of them. The game is still, oh, that looks loud as fuck. Let's try this. Even that seems pretty loud. What about now? Yeah, I hated to do that, but I couldn't tell what those blue bullets were gonna do. Anybody remember how to spawn any of the pink pigs? Because leveling up is pretty important. You get significantly stronger when you do it. Once you're at max level, every time you fill the experience meter, you gain a shield. So like you can tank one hit without dying, and you get a bomb. I think it's both of those things, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, all right. We spawn these guys. Look at them wiggle their ears. Pigs really do that. They'll like wiggle their ears reflexively. But that is so confusing. Thank you, Deep Purple. I was like, did I put another credit in? Anyway, there's lots of videos of like people with pigs like singing to them while they're sleeping. Yeah, I just leveled up once. You see, I've got this like this white trail when I move around. That means that I have a shield. By the way, I find this stage 2 boss like actually kind of difficult. I think, were they on the record as saying that the last boss of Battle Garega was inspired by this thing? Because it looks really similar to it. I swear somebody told me that was the case. So there goes my shield. Hold down when you destroy the... Yeah, that's right. Although that's point pigs, not experience pigs, right? I love the Vincent D'Onofrio pig tweet. There's cool shit in this. So the big scoring opportunity is the stage of boss 4, the boss of stage 4. It fires these tanks, and if you yeah, there we go. Yeah, look at my score. Look at my score. It spawns these tanks, and if you let the tanks like completely, like if you let it spawn all of the tanks it can, then they like turn gray and they can't fire. And then if you use a bomb, you gain, what is it, 59,630 points, which is if you know your, what is the term for it, like goro awase or something. It is, you can like write words in Japanese using numerals, and it kind of goes back to like people using pagers all the time. They would message, instead of messaging someone yoroshiku, you would just put 4649. So what's going on with that point value is it's gokuro-san, which is good work. Although the zero's in a weird place, that's just because they can't give you like 3 points in this. They probably could if they programmed it that way, but they didn't. Fuck me. I think I took a hit. Anyway, the boss's name is like Jupiter or something. Holy hell. I don't get to see animals often enough in my life. They need petting zoos that are like socially acceptable for like adults to go to. Like, I don't necessarily need to see like a giraffe. I want to like pet an alpaca. I hear they're really soft. Ah, damn. Yeah, regular Batsugun is way harder. It's still not like a particularly difficult video game is what I've been told, but this one, the difficulty really is in beating all of the loops and like maxing out the score counter, which you can do. Like I said, I've done this one, and it was like I watched a replay and set up a save state to learn how to do the scoring exploit in this stage, which is actually disadvantageous for just beating it. And then I did it first try, so I shouldn't have bombed there. That's a really cool looking bullet pattern, and I was actually totally safe. Oh my god, I didn't even see that bullet. It's not looking good for the home team. Chicken shit bomb. Don't bomb like that. This is kind of coming back to me. I remember this being the hardest part of the game. I find like backgrounds like this a little like confusing visually. Like everything that's hit me, I didn't see it. And I had a similar thing with the cloud stage in Raiden Fighters 2. Told you it was named Jupiter. You didn't believe me. Egg on your face. All right, this is... I don't remember this at all. Fuck me, dude. I want that bomb. Fuck yes. So this is the phase. I'm not going to do it, but the tanks roll off of out of these like doors down these, like they kind of look like conveyor belts. And there's a way to like position yourself in safe spots so that holy shit. Oh my god, that one was still alive. Ah, too bad. So that's not my top score, so I'm not going to enter it in the I'm not going to enter it in the sheet. A country carnival, no? Yeah, the player's shots are a little noisy too. But anyway, I'll probably redo this just so I can say I have, but it's really not as hard as, I don't think it's as hard as Riding Fighters 2, frankly. Most of the challenge comes from like kind of obscure secrets and stuff. Like there's one with there'll be like some mechs on I think this platform, yeah. And like you're supposed to leave them alive until this platform like reaches its final destination, and then you get a shitload of points for it. I will say, I've watched somebody counterstop this, and they missed that trick almost every time they played this stage. So this loop is a little weird. It gets one stage shorter every time you do it. So when I do loop this, I think you can loop it even if you continue. It won't start on stage 1. It'll start on stage 2. Then the next loop starts on stage 3, then stage 4. Yeah, that's the story of Batsugun's special. Like, if you just want to beat the game, like once, it's not that hard. 4 times is hard. It's 24 on the sheet. I was just looking at it. These guys too, there's some bonus for like bombing them. I don't know how it works. Yeah, so you see that. But yeah, you use your bombs to earn points. Which is kind of neat. Of course, you can just hang out with this pig. That's just as good. Oh, is that how you get to go to a petting zoo? You have to be piloting a really dangerous spaceship. Whoa! Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Yeah, you're grazing pigs. Ground of the galaxy. I don't remember how you kill this thing. It is something like this. Did I make this thing up about this game inspired Battle Garega? Is that a real thing? Or is that something that I assumed? Or like that someone in chat said and I never fact checked? Oh my god. Dude, these bullet patterns look so fucking cool. I bet someone made the hitbox joke. So there you go. As you can see, I continued once, having not seen this game in I would call these lasers, yeah. Having not seen this game in years and years, so maybe you can understand why I would be a little skeptical that this game that I've already 1cc'd is easier than Raiden Fighters 2, a game that took me like 8 hours of work to learn to 1cc once. So the big thing about the loop is when you kill enemies, they fire revenge bullets, and it's not a small amount either. So I believe when I 1cc'd one loop of this, I got to 2-4. I died on Jupiter. A lot of Toa Plan staff moved to a bunch of different companies. I think Takumi and maybe even Cave picked up some Toa Plan people. Yeah, that one is weird to me. I don't know why everyone calls it that. Mad Zella's a pain in the ass, huh? Yeah, that makes sense. They dodge winning games in the playoffs. I wish I could dodge bullets. I'm saying when you're ready. I made a mistake. There you go. I love this continue song. Isn't that good? So there you go. That's Batsugun's special version. Oh, whoops. You got to see this sick looking game over. Very Esprayed. What does this sound like? It sounds like the Wheel of Fortune theme. All right. So, once again, /poll. Rate Batsugun special. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 2 minutes. Don't think too hard about it. This is just a first impressions thing. This is one that I have, in fact, already 1cc'd. Again, I feel like this game looping 4 times, it's like a little dubious to call beating one loop of it a 1cc, but from another perspective, I haven't 1cc'd many arcade shmups. I don't really feel like taking this one away from myself. We need to get a longer loop of this song. The song is good. It's the really short loop that I think is backfiring a little bit. What do you think? Do you like this one? I don't know, however you want to rate it. Like, looking at that game, is that something that you enjoy watching? Is that something that you see yourself trying to learn to play? This is Bird Island from Plus Alpha. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna basically be going on graphics because it's not like you got to play it unless you fired it up while I was playing. Birdis Land. What do you think of that? Oh. You're rating it not Zero Ranger. 4. It's an exact 4 average. That's cool. I am not surprised that 5 is the top rating, or the most common rating. 4.55. I'm with you. I'm gonna be real. I like Batsugun a lot. Graphics, I'm gonna give it a 10. Sound is like an 8. It's maybe a weak point. Some of the music compositionally is not for me, to be honest. And I think even when it is, the sound palette is a touch abrasive. There's no getting around that. Fun is like I'd say it's a 9, and then I would downgrade this. Insector X is not like that close to Batsugun Special and Fun. Like, we need to leave a little bit of headroom. Yeah, I understand. I thought it was actually a 4 average. This is I am sort of shocked it's that high, but I bet a lot of you guys have played it. This is a popular game for a reason. An Atmosphere, I'm giving it a fucking 10. To me, this game makes me wish that just Toa Plan had lived on, like, as its own entity. I gotta go to my bio so I can find my score, because I've 1cc'd this before. So, like, 1cc'ing this would not make me eligible for graduation to level 4. I'm just curious what it is. All right. 9,172,200. Not too impressive. Whoops. Wow. It like copied the link and everything. That's actually really useful. Okay. Cool. So I love this game. It is no secret that I love. Can I change the fill color now? Fill color reset. Yeah, look at that. Whoa. That I love Batsugun Special and Batsugun in general a lot. I got a Saturn mostly because I wanted this specific game. Then I never picked it up. Then I lost the Saturn. But I have Cotton Boomerang and Cotton 2, so I can still put Pout. That's really funny. That was a Freudian slip. Hang on. You can't see this, but I tried to type put and I wrote Pout. So I can still put a down payment on a house. I'm gonna 1cc this again, but it's not gonna be the game that I use to graduate to level 4, because that's bullshit. I've already done it. It's not like a new challenge to me. So I got bad news. Visco made Asuka and Asuka. They're back. Did you like Asuka and Asuka? No? Well, it's time for Stormblade. And if you're expecting more Asuka and Asuka. Then, whoops. I'm gonna be real. You should give Visco a little more credit. I loaded this up. I tried it out. This seems kick-ass, actually. So, yeah, can I scale it up more? More? All right, actually, this one is a weird resolution, so I do need to do, I do need to enable non-integer scaling. Bomba! This is super loud, huh? Now I know how it is. I've seen every MAME streamer in the world struggle with loading a new game, and it just blows everyone's eardrums out. How's it going, Sonic Master? How'd the pinball tournament going? How'd the pinball tournament go, I mean? All right. So we're not playing Batsugun Special anymore. We're playing Stormblade. This reminds me of like the Sonic Wings games or something. Oh, the pinball game was having server problems. Remember how I was saying I really liked Fire Barrel in part because of all the giant loud explosions and shit? I think I like this game. So I have no idea what the good ship is. If anyone does know, please tell me, but I'm going to assume that it's the Zero Fighter because this game is Japanese, so... Hello? I don't have a turbo button set. I thought I did. Oops. Auto fire. Add auto fire button. Input. Hotkey. This. Let's do, slightly slower turbo fire. Auto fire, I mean. Turn to previous menu. Damn, I got fucking owned, huh? That credit. That game over screen looks cool. Hey, Cozy, thank you. 3 whole years. 36 whole decades, Cozy. All right, let's try this shit out. Can you guys hear the game okay? I actually can't. It's too quiet on my end. But... I want to reiterate, this is the same developer as Asuka and Asuka, which everybody hated. And I think the people who were charitable toward it at first, like me, learned to hate it more as time went on. Doesn't this look kind of sick? I feel like they came a long way. They make gambling games now, yeah. The fate of many an old school Japanese developer. Like this owns, doesn't it? Am I just really easily amused? And if a game has huge explosions, I'll be like, yeah, this is probably the best game I've ever played. That seems plausible. Yeah, it really does look like a Psycho game to me. But like, I'm gonna be real, I'm not a huge Psycho fan. I was totally fine. I think, I don't know what it is. Their games have like a bargain bin look to me. I think they like recycle a lot of sprites that to me didn't look very good in the first place. Like that ugly ass power-up carrier they use in every single one of their games. And also, they're too damn hard for me. Which is even worse. I can't believe I got hit there. That pattern was so fast. Oh, it's that it doesn't stop homing. I see. This is fun. Anybody know the good, look at this guy. Does anybody know the good ship in this one? Can you do me a favor and look for a super play of this? I'm curious what ship they pick. Like, sometimes that's deceptive because the ship that gets you a lot of points isn't great for just surviving the game. But go to Star. Is that a Visco game? That's not Stormblade, is it? Same developer as Asuka and Asuka. I can't get over that. Go to Star's Space Bomber, okay. Yeah, this is an element of arcade gaming that I think might be difficult to understand if you're too young to have ever experienced, like, arcades, like, being relevant. Like, you know, at one point, arcade games were state of the art, and I didn't realize this, but even I was too young to really experience this. So arcades, like, kind of went down the tubes and then got a new lease on life for a little bit in the 90s because Mortal Kombat and especially Street Fighter 2 were so popular. But they were like the thing to do with your time. If you were, you know, a kid, a preteen, a teenager. For a period in the 80s, some of which I wasn't even alive for. And I was way, way too young to, like, participate in that anyway. But I didn't know this because, you know, arcades were just so fun. They're still fun for kids to go to. If you see a kid go to an arcade these days, they're just like, this is the coolest thing ever. Even though all the games are, like, either 40 years old or shit they could run on their phones, you know? But anyway, if you weren't around or were too young for the period when arcades were, like, the place to be, someone write down my score. I'm about to take a death, I'm sure, and I haven't continued yet, so we'll know what my score is. Holy shit. Yeah, there we go. I didn't see it. Oh, well. It's 39,9020 or something. Anyway, the thing about arcade games is they were so loud. And, like, and the sprites were huge, which the thing about that is, like, you couldn't get huge sprites at home without some kind of compromise. Like, sprites were just really small if you played console games. And a lot of, like, computer games had huge, huge graphics, but it came at the cost of, like, fluidity, you know? So, like, playing something like Final Fight when it was relatively new, the characters are just giant. They're so, like, well drawn. The sounds are just so loud. 32,9920. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I love games with, like, giant sprites, but they were, like, actually technically impressive back then, which is something that was lost on me at the time. I was just like, huh, why does, like, I understood it, but I wouldn't have put it in those terms, I think. And I didn't understand, like, yeah, arcade games have huge sprites because the hardware is capable of that. It's not, like, console games don't have that, not, like, as a design choice exactly, but out of necessity, like, it wasn't possible. So anyway, like, emulating these games, it's not the same experience, and so I think it would be a little difficult to really appreciate, like, what it was like playing these games when arcades were really fucking cool. I got my ass whooped. And so I think some games that arcade people, like, really lose their shit over, like maybe like it doesn't make sense if you weren't there. So what I'm saying is, if you want to truly appreciate arcade games, you have to find a way to recreate that element of it, where these are just these loud, like sort of over-the-top experiences. There's like a real spectacle to it. Playing it in a window on like your headset, it's not going to be the same. Okay, I remember being really blown away by this one specific game in an arcade when I was really young. You'll never guess what it was. It was a fighting game, I'm gonna tell you that. And I like thought about it for like weeks afterwards, and I was like doodling the characters, which characters I remembered in my notebook. What do you think? Magic Dunker? What the fuck is Magic Dunker? You made that up. This is your bit that you love to do where you invent fighting game lingo that doesn't exist. Oh my god. It was Karnoff's Revenge. A game that I think wasn't that common in arcades, but they had it at like the arcade that my parents would take us to sometimes. I got to play it when I was young and impressionable, and I was like, whoa, Clown looks so evil. What would you do if you saw a guy that evil in real life? I would like doodle Clown in my notebook. I know that it was Karnoff's Revenge specifically because Clown was playable. Buck. Am I wrong? Was that like sort of an uncommon game in the US? Or really anywhere? I never got the impression that it was like a mega hit the same way that obviously like Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat were, but like, I don't know, fuck me, dude. I can't get anything going. Let's say like World History. I remember seeing World History a decent amount. World History? No, what the fuck is it called? Whatever it's called. World Fighters? Something like that? Fighters History, thank you. I remember seeing Fighters History like relatively often, but I saw Karnoff's Revenge absolutely once. Okay, this has 6 stages. Seems like a doable enough 1cc. I said on my 8th continue. Holy shit, I almost... Oh, look at that. If you want a credit feed in the final level, it sends you back to the beginning. We might not be seeing the ending of this until I 1cc it. Yeah, I remember being really impressed by that, but only because it had multiple games. Somehow I missed the Neo Geo. It might be because I was too young. Like, obviously, I've seen Neo Geo games in arcades, but by the time I really got to go to arcades, like, the Neo Geo was really outdated hardware. I mentioned earlier, like, I used to play Neo Geo games in the arcade, and I didn't really understand that, like, yeah, this is a significantly more powerful machine than, like, the SNES, you know? I was like, why do they put this shitty old stuff in here? And now I understand. Now I know Neo Geo games freaking rule, but, you know, as a kid, I didn't get that. This last stage is sick. There's so much going on. Before I get my hopes up for, like, credit feeding this and seeing all of it, does anybody happen to know, is Stormblade one of those games where the last stage is really long? like where it's half the game. This is like closer to like bullet hell kind of shot pattern design, I think. The bullets are still really fast, but like there's a lot more weaving through really dense patterns. Yeah, like Metal Slug 3, exactly. Wow, it killed it. I don't remember the first Neo Geo game I played. Karnoff's Revenge is not Neo Geo, right? It's some kind of like Data East hardware, I think. Like, it was probably some fighting game, and I just didn't even realize, oh, that's a Neo Geo. I remember hearing people talk about the Neo Geo because we had friends who had subscriptions to gaming magazines that weren't Nintendo Power, and gaming journalists were wild about the Neo Geo back then. Okay, I'm on the last boss. All right. Karnoff's Revenge is Neo Geo. So that was not the first Neo Geo game I saw, I'm sure, but it was in a huge like showcase cabinet. I don't know how that decision got made. Oh my god. This pattern is intense. This fucking rules. Damn it. I don't think I want a credit feed until I finish this, but I need another shot at this last stage. I know I asked, but I didn't stick around to hear the answer because I don't pay attention to anything. Did anyone look up what the good ship was? Someone mentioned that. I explained the concept of this stream to somebody who wandered into the Quake and Shmup stream as I was playing Fire Barrel, and they were like, "Oh yeah, difficulty level 3 has a lot of fun games. Like, it's like you're gonna enjoy that one." Alex using the MiG. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do these bullets look fast to you? They feel fast when you're playing it, but I don't know, like from a spectator's perspective, whether you can see that. One CC's use the camel? Okay. So, whoa! Look at that initials entry. That's sick. See, again, I remember what it was like being a kid in the days when arcades were cool. I see this and like, I'm there. At least the bullets do. Yeah, they feel really fast to me. Wow, I continued a lot. That was 6, but I almost feel like I continued 16 times, not 6 times. Hang on, so you're telling me that... So you saw this and Sardus saw this, right? Whoa, it's a chick! Sorry, I mentioned, I think, that I'm really easily impressed and amused. I have no idea how hard the first stage was. Like, is this making it significantly easier? I really don't remember. I know I died on the boss like a million times. Hey Lynx, how's it going? Have you played frickin' Stormblade? This is the same developer as Asuka and Asuka. Were you around for that? Did you get to see that one? Where are my manners? What were you playing? Hey, thanks, Fens. Right now I'm just trying all these games out to see which ones I want to 1cc. So far the answer is all of them, so that's not that helpful. Yeah, this is the same developer. Wow, if you stay in the middle, they just don't hit you. Did you guys think this through? Okay, then they hit you. Whoa. Interesting, so not all the bombs are like that. That's the Zero's bomb, specifically. Oh. Did I win? I won. Giga Wing is not level 3. It's significantly higher. Oh, more Baroque. Hell yeah. I'm picking the camel. It's pink. You can't make Dot not pick the pink ship with the lady pilot. Lynx, do you feel me on this? I was saying that because I feel like arcade games are pretty widely appreciated, even by kids who were like too young to have really been around for their heyday. I think even those kids might not be able to appreciate like how like just loud and cool and bombastic arcade games were. Like if you're playing these games in a window on your headset, it's not the same experience. Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying though, Wee Demon, is like, I'm not talking about like kids, I'm talking about like 20 somethings. That's kids to me. I'm old. Like, even if you love arcade games, what is it like to revisit them if you were never around for that period where you go to arcades and see like these super loud, you know, cabinets with gigantic screens, and also when giant sprites were novel. I'm cooking something here. It's just lukewarm. Dude, Marvel 2. I hated Marvel 2's like look at the time. I didn't like the music very much either because I was a big Marvel vs. Capcom 1 fan. And like individual characters had themes in that game because the roster was way smaller, so that was possible. I was initially quite disappointed in everything but the gameplay of Marvel 2, which I thought was awesome. Head to the barcade and consult the youths. Thank you. Yeah, I thought Third Strike sounded like okay. I really liked some of the character themes. Oi! You know, like everything about Third Strike, I still prefer Second Impact, you know? I think Second Impact is just a really, you know, it's more in touch with the like Alpha 2 era of Capcom, which I personally think is their most fun era. Like, they released a lot of fighting games that are a fucking chore to play because like oh, this guy has like several unblockables that we didn't intend. Oops, you know, like stuff like that. Like, oh, you mean we weren't supposed to put a character in the game who's like -7 on everything in a best case scenario? But like the atmosphere and the music and everything of like Alpha 2 and Puzzle Fighter and freaking what is that one game? Pocket Fighter. To me that stuff's unmatched. It's so good. Just a wonderful era of pixel art and a really talented, you know, like set of teams working under the same developer, publisher, or whatever. And Second Impact is like, it's closer to Alpha 2 than it is to like Alpha 3, which is another game that like, there's stuff about it I appreciate, but a little bit of the magic of like late 90s Capcom just isn't there for me. So that was how I felt about Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It was like, all right, I'm totally on board with the gameplay. I wish it sounded like MVC1 though, and looked like MVC1. But I've really come around on Third Strike. Just because I prefer Second Impact doesn't mean I can't like Third Strike. I do like it now. All right, so that was our first look at Stormblade. Once again, rate this game on a scale of 1 to 5. This is just a general score based on how interesting it looked to play, or you know, to watch, or whatever you care about. Well, what do you think if I preferred Second Impact? Yes, I'm a Sean main. Am I looking at my ship at all? It depends. So like, and this is something that I'm not that good at, right? But my eyes will be wherever I think they need to be to make the next call. And generally, if I'm making a lot of tight dodges through patterns that I'm not familiar with, and I'm looking directly at my ship, that's when I die. Because it's like, I just have less time to react, and like whatever threats are brewing at the top of the screen. The best character for somebody like you, I would say you're talking Third Strike, Chun-Li or Elena. Second Impact, I would just play Sean. You just need characters who can win based on buttons, and those characters have that level of just press shit and it just works. Buyun is not a fighting game like enthusiast, so all right, I can start rating this because you guys are almost done voting. I'm gonna give the graphics an 8. It looks good. It doesn't look like Batsugun levels of great. Sound. You know, it was just kind of there. I might change my mind on this, but I'm gonna give it like a 6, honestly. For the most part, I didn't hear that game. I played it. I enjoyed it. 3.89. All right, thank you. 3.89. My rating, 4.5. I really like this game. Fun? That's a 9. That's a 9 for sure. Atmosphere? That's a 10. Look, I'm a real sucker for... Does anybody know what my my score was? I know Buyun wrote it down, but then I rambled about, you know, kids these days, they don't know what it was like in the arcades, and I completely forgot. It was really small. It was like 39,920. Or like 3,099,920 or something. 329,920. Okay, 29,920. God bless you. I don't deserve that level of of support, frankly, but I appreciate it. All right, this game looks a little weird. Like the assets are, like the enemies and backgrounds are dithered, kind of uglily in places. That's a word, right? Uh, it's going just fine, Nemu. How are you? And I couldn't tell you what the music sounds like at all, but I think where it counts, it knocks everything out of the park. I am really likely to try to 1cc this. I like Mochi a lot. So that's my first impression of Stormblade. I'm actually really excited to play it. Speaking of Toa Plan, Vimana is another level 3. We weren't speaking of Toa Plan, but I was looking at the word Toa Plan, which is basically the same thing. Another level 3 shmup. This one from 1991, so pretty close to the end. Again, Batsugun Special, I think, was the last game they did. So, I don't know if I actually played this. We'll see. Wow, it's loud. It's loud as hell, I can tell you that much. We need to, like, apply limiter to the MAME audio, I think. I say we, like you guys are going to do it. I need to apply a limiter to the MAME audio so that that doesn't blow your eardrums out. Let me turn this down just a little more. Hyper-violence shooting. That sounds awesome. So I don't think I've seen this one before. Let's see if I even bothered to set up a turbo button. Looks like I didn't. So let's go ahead and do that. Player 1 button 1. Hotkey this. And let's do 1, 2, I guess. Create. Turn to previous menu. Close menu. Don't know anything about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking yeah, dude. I'm already sold. Bonus. I love bonus. Damn, this is still too loud, huh? You have a charge attack? Boom. Oh, it looks really shitty. Should you have a charge attack? What's the point? Hang on. I feel like this still needs to come down just a little bit, right? Anyone agree with me on that? Oh, it's not too loud. Well, whoops. Because I already turned it down, so... Sorry. Oh, these guys are shooting SpaghettiOs. You see that? I think it would be really cool if I could... Yeah, there we go. Get in there. Oh, look at this big power up. Hang on. Now let's see the charge shot. So this is the same developer as Batsugun, which we just saw. You thought it was too loud? Okay. Is it still too loud? Sounds fine? Okay, good. All right. Here goes. What? Oh my god. I was like, I should go point blank that with the charge shot. I feel like I played an MS-DOS game that looks a lot like Vimana, actually. It was like an environmentalist game also. I love... Toa Plan had some real, like, abrasive kind of annoying score bonus pickup noises. There's one in Dogyun that you get so sick of hearing. Oh, what's this? Holy mackerel. Oh, that's a bomb. But what's weird is it looks like it also still increased my shot power. Yo, is the charge shot good? Wee Demon, you're the one who told me about the charge shot, right? Am I supposed to do that? It seems kind of weak. Didn't play it for very... Okay, Deep Freeze, sorry. Oh, that bonus left, I think. Oh, auto... So you're supposed to do this. Yeah, this isn't even 30 hertz is the thing. I mean, I'll play fair. I'll slow down my auto fire if, like, it really does just destroy the game. I can actually tap, or I can mash pretty damn fast. The issue is that, like Rock Lee, if I do it for too long, then I push my body to the limit. End up getting basically written out of the story. Then Dot stops watching. Oh my god! They just ambush you with these... What the... The bomb is cool! Oh my god, this part's impossible. This is something that I feel like I see a lot in Toa playing games, and I usually find it kind of frustrating. They do a lot of just throwing enemies at you that then throw themselves at you that have so many hit points, and you just can't kill them. Okay, that happened. When I was asking, okay, so which games are easier than Raiden Fighters 2, when I wasn't yet convinced that Raiden Fighters 2 is a little under ranked on that list, this was one of the names that came up. Like, Vimana is a lot easier, you know, supposedly, so. This is 19 hertz auto fire, by the way, so still a little faster than Actually, I can mash that fast for short bursts, but, like, obviously for a sustained playthrough, no way. Whoops. I don't do that. I think the most common way to mash in arcade games is I'm alternating between using my index and middle fingers here. Which means that, for example, it is quite difficult to bomb in the middle of a string of, like, continuous fire. So I hear a lot of people, like, you can tell they're doing it if you listen to their button presses. They'll switch to that style of mashing when they know they need the extra firepower and they're not likely to need the bomb, or it's just worth the risk. In other words, you know, you have to learn the game a little bit to do it. I used to play ST Chun-Li a little bit, and you really wanted to do roundhouse lightning legs on command if you could. And you have to hit roundhouse very fast to do that, without, like, whipping a standing roundhouse, which is usually a disaster. Unless you're in the Geef matchup. That's like a 9-1 matchup, I swear to God. I like freaking quintuple or quadruple perfected a Geef who was better than me. Because Chun versus Geef is just so messed up. Anyway. Oh my God! Uh-oh. Okay. You can't do that forever. I don't really understand what I'm doing. Is that a boss? Because there was an enemy that looked like a boss, and then there wasn't a stage transition. And I fought a few more enemies, and then the music changed. Or have I not beaten a single level yet? That was a mini-boss, right? Maybe not. I feel like Toa Plan has a decent number of games with like interesting stage transitions. Oh, this is the boss. Oh, this is the new stage, isn't it? So am I on stage 3? I guess if I were to like enter my initials, we could see. Hey Vox, how's it going? Basically when the music changes, okay. Vox, what were you up to? Chronicles, right? How did it go? I was watching a little bit of that, but I had to prep for this. Hey, thanks, everybody. Shitty. It's a hard game. It really is. You guys are so funny with the hydrate and the stretch and everything. Yeah, that sounds right. Classic is pretty damn hard. The game is hard, but let me get a bottle of water. Hang on. Yeah. Nice. You got a 1cc. I can put that on your card. Fox. There's a lot of cool shmups at the 3 out of 45 difficulty ranking we're finding. If any of you are sticking around from the raid, I'll explain the gimmick here. There is I have since learned, occasionally controversial and like notorious, Japanese shmup difficulty ranking wiki. It's like a community thing. So a bunch of people vote on how hard games are. The cap is 50, but no game is rated higher than 45. I've never been as good at shmups as I want to be. So I got the idea that I wanted to go through this list and 1cc, one game from every difficulty level until I hit the point where the games are like genuinely too hard for me. And I think water. I think I am likely to improve at shmups in the process, but as you can see, I'm only on level 3, so this project is really still in its infancy. So I actually 1cc'd every game that was rated 2 out of 45. Which is going above and beyond, but I felt like it. So now I'm trying the 3 out of 45 games to see which one of these that I might try to 1cc. And my mind is not made up yet. Holy shit. Ha! That was abrupt. So this is by Toa Plan. These guys were shmup legends. They went out of business in like 1993. And their staff went on to form like Takumi and Cave. And I think some of them ended up working at Rising or Aiding or something. So even if you don't like any Toa Plan shmups, you definitely like a shmup made by ex-Toa Plan people. So I'm credit feeding these games to see which ones I want to do. Yeah, Pyromance, I'm kind of with you on the sound, maybe not being that strong. Legends counts, yes. I'll make a card for you. Can you post an avatar, and also can you @ me on my Discord server? Yeah, I 1cc'd Chronicles on Classic. It took multiple streams, which is not that common for me with Castlevania games. Did I say 1cc'd? I meant Deathless. I got a Deathless run of it. It took a long time. Whoa! It's a tractor beam. It's so strong. Oh my god. There's... like, watch. I'm just going to hit up on the joystick. Watch this. Cool. The Guardian Legends. I like that game. I really like the shmups that developer made, especially early on. A lot of their games are a little too long. But they made an NES shmup I like a lot called Xanac. Weird thing about Xanac, you know Game Freak? The developers of Pokemon and stuff. They actually, I think, started out making zines, like strategy guide zines, and I want to say that at first they focused on Xanac. I'm not sure I am remembering this correctly. I might be spreading misinformation, which is my favorite pastime. But it was a pretty popular shmup, especially the Famicom version, Famicom and NES. This was also on like MSX. I think that version isn't quite as beloved. Your hitbox doesn't feel that big in this. Anyway, I mention it because, oh my god! Because my sub alert is actually the 1-up sound from Xanac, and it's the same. You've heard that sound before in the Guardian Legend. Is there like a way to go? Fuck me. Is there a way to go faster that I just haven't discovered? Let's try this again. I don't think I noticed the sick robot gods. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Enjoy your emote screen quest. Anybody know how far into the game I was just now? This one actually feels kind of tough, but I wonder if it's just another case of like, yeah, the turbo trivializes it, and also like maybe if you learn the game, it's easy. One thing about the Japanese shmup difficulty ranking wiki, it does seem that games that get much easier if you memorize them tend to be rated pretty low, which might even be fair, but I have a little bit of difficulty memorizing shmups personally. It takes me a lot of repetition to get stuff down. You do, huh? He named this specifically as a game that's like definitely easier than Raiden Fighters 2. I keep losing my power-ups. You know why that is, right? Because of that. You see, I keep dying. That'll do it. Not too long ago. Yeah, for 1cc BBH. Elephants. Oh, okay. So you probably didn't use turbo at all, right? Isn't BBH like not much of a turbo person? Turbo, auto fire, whatever you want to call it. Is this another one of those games where you need to just power up your gun all the way and then never get hit again? I can mash pretty damn fast too. It's just that I don't want to because I have injuries that I would exacerbate by doing that. Do you have any concept of how far I was, Yaga? Yeah, like, I totally understand that some shmups are completely trivialized by fast auto fire, but it's more important to me that I don't injure myself. Pretty far. Okay, so it's not a super long game. I can't hear this. I'm gonna turn my speakers up a little bit. It won't. 2/3? Okay, yeah. It won't get any louder for you, but. I feel like Toaplan music is really good. It's just like, in my head, I'm comparing them to like the Konami guy, the Gradius guy, and Zuntata and stuff, and like that's not fair. You know what I mean? How do I already have an extend? You must get your first one like really early. Oh my god, right. You know, like, you're not supposed to just glue yourself to the bottom of the screen in shmups, and I usually don't. Somehow in Toaplan games, even if I feel like I want to play aggressively, I always end up like almost all the way back there. Oh my god. That is such a Toaplan thing. In my experience, this giant enemy comes out of nowhere and goes wha-bam down to the bottom of the screen and you just die. Oh. Alright, I'm fine with that. Modern dojin shmups. I mean, yeah, I hear a lot about Hellsinker for sure. Will it say how far I was if I let it cycle to the high score list? Plus, we get to see like deeper into the game, I guess. Hellsinker is a damn doctoral program. It's not a game. Oh yeah, the Gundamonium games have a good reputation, right? Ikaruga. It's like named after a kind of bird, isn't it? What is an Ikaruga? I'm gonna look this up. Ikaruga. What are you? A Japanese grosbeak. I looked away for the high score list. How far was I? Did anyone see it? Damn it. This is an Ikaruga, apparently. How far was I? All right, while we wait to see how far I even was. Slash poll. Rate the mana. Don't overthink this. You're just rating the game as a whole on a scale of 1 to 5. You have 2 minutes to consider. No kidding. I've got the Steam version. I didn't realize that it was removed. Okay, there we go. 32%. Oh, no, 54%. Yeah, okay. So I was like approaching 2/3 of the way through the game. What a strange way to illustrate your progress, but I guess it works. Okay, so Let's turn this game off. Let's play this song. I need a much longer loop of this. All right, Vimana. Vimana. If anything, I think Ikaruga is a little more popular with people who aren't super into shmups. I know a lot of people who are way into shmups. It's not that they dislike that game. They like literally hate it. I haven't played it since a really long time ago, so I can't comment on that meaningfully. Is Slap Fight... It's a vertical game, right? I know the scrolling is vertical, but is it a Horzavert? Do you guys know about Horzavert? So, I used to spend a lot of time on the shmups.com forums when I was like a teenager. And look, I love shmups. I am a shmup person. So I'm not being mean when I say shmup people are... Hey, thanks for the follow. Shmup people are a little weird. And there was some guy who, for some reason, was dead set on making every... Slap Fight is from 1986? Holy crap. Dead set on making sure that if a game had... Wow, 3 and 4 are tied. So what's the average rating of this one? 3.5. I'll be damned. For some reason, if a game like had vertical scrolling, but like a horizontal monitor, you know what I mean? Like portrait mode, not portrait mode, landscape mode. He was like, we have to all agree to call these Horzaverts. It's like, why? What do you care? I'm gonna go with 3.8. Little above 3.5, but I'm kind of feeling everyone else. And I'll tell you why. To me, the sound, it's too grating. Some of the music is cool, but for the most part, I didn't notice it. And the firing sound effect is so annoying. So annoying. Oh, flying chariots and palaces. Yeah, okay. So I don't know my score, but I don't care. Not sure is what we'll put. Graphics, it doesn't look... The problem is we literally just saw Batsugun Special, which the same developer brought out 2 years later, and it looks so great. I think it looks fine. I don't want to go any higher than a 7. Shit, I think you could turn down the sound effects, right? Don't you have like kind of sophisticated like volume tuning and MAME? Isn't this song good, Sheriff? Antoine turned me onto this song. Looks nice for 1991. I guess. It was 2 years after Final Fight. Don't look no Final Fight good. Know what I mean? Fun? I don't really want to be mean to this game, but it wasn't like not fun, but it wasn't fun either. It was just kind of there. I'm gonna give it a 6. Atmosphere, this is a strong suit. I mean, the theming is really cool. The level transitions not being immediately after bosses. Oh, well, yeah. If you only know it from the SNES port. There's something there, but this is not my favorite Toa playing game. I'll put it that way. Let's see if Slap Fight is my favorite Toa playing game, huh? Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. I gotta set up like hotkeys for this. Huh? What? Don't I have Slap Fight? I don't have Slap Fight. We're not gonna check out Slap Fight. Do I have Gekirindan, or I may not have it? I do have it, okay. If this doesn't work, I have it on Saturn. I was planning to play it that way. Uh-oh. Sound is not perfectly emulated. That could be bad. Let's just assume that this is going to be really loud. Hey, Saralene, how are you? What's going on? I'm wrapping this up. Okay, first of all, I happen to know that you want to play player 2 in this for some reason, so let's just set that now. What were you up to, Sarah? Okay, and thanks, Anonymous Gifter. All right, hang on. Having an adventure. Oh my God, were you playing Castlevania Adventure? Good news is nothing else is that. So let's do this and then delete. If I don't know why, but I'm pretty sure this is a shmup where you want to play on the second player side after a very long time. Well, it's a very janky game. I don't remember level 3. So Gekirin Dan. This is on Saturn. And whoa. that was like, this was just like gaining a bunch of, this just gained a bunch of points right there. Okay, so let me explain this project. For those who don't know, sorry I keep doing this, but it's relatively new, so I kind of feel obligated to explain. Here's what we're doing. There's a Japanese shoot 'em up difficulty ranking wiki that is designed to rank how difficult these games are to 1cc. That means beating them without continuing. Sometimes there are some extra qualifiers like Raiden Fighters 2 here. You have to use the true last boss, or beat the true last boss, and you want to use the fairy. But the higher this number, the harder. So the hardest shmups ever made are rated 45, with the exception of there's one way to beat one of the Dodonpachi games that no one has ever done before. So it's just not on the list. So I've been trying to learn shmups for a while. And I think I've like kind of had the wrong attitude about it. And developed some kind of bad habits. So the idea is, even though I've 1cc'd some more difficult games, I am going through this list, and so I started at level 0 and I had to 1cc this game to graduate to level 1. Then I had to 1cc this game to graduate to level 2. Then once I hit that, as long as I beat one of these games without continuing, we could go to level 3, which is where we are now. I actually got really interested in all of these games. So I beat all 4 of them without continuing. And now this is the first stream of level 3, and I'm just trying out all of these games to see which one I want to focus on. So we're on the last game to try out, Gekirin-san. So I'm just doing a quick, like, I'll credit feed, if not the whole game, you know, a decent ways into it. See what I think of it, and also poll chat on what they think of it. As you can see, chat really didn't love Asuka and Asuka, and neither did I. But this spreadsheet is linked in the pinned comment on chat. And I honestly, my reviews are not that interesting. The interesting part is this. This is the most current version of or translated version of the Japanese shmup difficulty ranking list. So if you've seen this in English before, it was actually inaccurate when you saw it. An example is Prehistoric IL-2 was not rated 2. It was rated 4. That is really way too hard. Even 2 is a little questionable. It might belong down here, but point is, you're here for the last quick look at Gekirin-dan, which is a game I'm really excited about because I remember seeing it once and it looked cool, and I don't remember anything else about it. I thought this was like a polygonal 3D game, and it's not. So I think I was thinking of the sequel, which I like saw Neo Antoine play once. Did I translate it? To the extent that it was translated, yes. There's some actually raw Japanese in there. because there were notes that I couldn't make sense of because I don't know the game in question and I didn't want to guess and get it wrong. Okay, C-type. So sound doesn't work at all, does it? Am I wrong? Is it just really quiet? Oh, it is just really quiet. I can hear it now. Can you guys hear this at all? Because this music actually really rips. You hear that? It almost sounds like a Mega Man X song. But anyway, that's with all the like... It's a little low. It is cranked all the way. I have to add a gain filter just to make it audible. Let's go 3 decibels. Can you hear it at all? We also need to add a limiter for sure. Yeah, that works. Boost volume through dip switches. No shit. All right, hang on. I don't think it needs to be any louder, right? Let's take that gain boost off, though, and do this in dip switches. How do I do that, Danny? I've never messed with this before. The F2 menu. Okay. Ah, okay. Sound configuration, right? Oh, no. How do I do this now? P1 start? Yeah, okay, I unbound that. That would be why. Hang on. There. There we go. Okay, so it's not there. Oh, okay, yeah, that's way louder. Is this better, guys? Okay. Now I have to unbind that one player start button. Like so. Because this game is easier if you play on the second player side. Yeah, you know why that is? It's console only. So I will be doing some console games, but that list is for arcade shmups. So this is the ship that it's easiest with. I have no idea why. Is it too loud? Now it looks like it might be pushing it. Let's see what all the buttons do. Okay, there's shooting bomb. Wow, you can just hold the shot button. That's amazing. All right, let's change the key bindings though. Player 2 button 1. Let's move that to joy button 3. Joy 1 button 3, I mean. Ah, good call, good call. So this is another 1993 game, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. '95, okay. That's what I said. I don't know what you heard. All right, here we go. Now we can try it for real. No, you didn't mishear. I was lying. Yeah, it was a bit. I like this song. Get bombed. Oh, polygonal effects. Oh my god. I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Spinning colony. Yeah, yeah, yeah. People get real woozy there. Oh, interesting. There's like different shot types. Anyone happen to know what's good? You know this from... This is referenced in Police Knots? Is it 1993? Did you look it up? Because Zafiri was saying it was 95. Yeah. I was the one who was mistaken to say, fuck my life, dude. Give me that power up. Yeah, this is cool. Can someone do me a huge favor? If it's not too much to ask, can you look and see if you can find a 1cc of this? Not something off World of Long Plays, because those are very often tool assisted. I'm curious what like shot type they use. Also, I'm kind of curious how long this game is. Like, if someone can find out how many stages there are, I would have done it myself, but... Whoa! Yeah, Dumple for sure is a legit one. I can't click that. Can someone give me the lowdown? How long is it? – 19 minutes. Okay, not bad. I do love a short loop. What shot type does he use? So there's like the there's like the wave shot, and then there's this one. Yeah, I know about type C. It'd be really cool if I could stop getting hit. This one? Okay. This thing, right? So you're telling me don't pick up this change. Yeah, that's not a problem for me. I probably don't need a guide for this game, but if I do, I have no... I wouldn't feel bad about following one. Whoa, this looks awesome. Can you... Yeah, you can. Yeah. Time traveling. I should have let it crush this house. I bet there was another metal in there. Does bombing work? No. Uh-oh, I think Gekirin-dan might be good. What happens if you get in the spotlights here? Nothing, I guess. Searchlights. What? What was the point of that? We're loading this Zeppelin. Dude, you're so fast in this game. After playing so much of that V-Mana game, like, I feel like a god. I'm not playing like one, but that's okay. Ah. Yeah, level 3 has a lot of great games. Oh, that's too loud. That's got to be too loud, right? Yeah, I understand. Hey, Lumina, how are you? What were you up to? I'm doing a project, guys. I'm trying out a whole bunch of shmups, beginning at the easiest arcade shmups out there, which I feel like that's an important thing to specify because most arcade shoot 'em ups are designed to make a lot of money, and so they're really difficult to beat without continuing. A dungeon crawler, which one? Dude, I love dungeon crawlers. How have you been? I know you took a little bit of time away from streaming, right? You play any games with swords lately? Can I tell the games with swords story, or will it embarrass you? I'm no stranger to embarrassment, as you can see. Hell yeah. Did you tell them the games with swords story? Okay, so remind me what the like one RPG you had was. It was Crystallis, wasn't it? So correct me if I get the details wrong. I'm sure I will. Lumina was like into RPGs growing up, or into Crystallis. But like, you know, back then, if you're like a kid, getting all your information from like the occasional video gaming magazine and stuff like that, like you don't necessarily know all the like names for genres and stuff, right? So she wanted more games like Crystallis and like found a few, I guess. And oh, what is that? Yeah, Shmup Lord, something like that. Shmup something. And so she wanted more games like that. And the distinguishing feature of them was that they had swords. So she called RPGs games with swords for like a pretty long time before Super Mario RPG came out, and it's like, oh, it's a role-playing game. Okay. How much of that did I get right? That's like my favorite story. Much more focused on telling stories and playing shmups right now. Nailed it 100%. Good. I'm glad. Woohoo! Speaking of nailing things 100%, that dude's on point with his laser. Say thanks for the follow. Surely that wasn't a boss, right? It was? That was so early in the level. The four guys standing in a row genre. But Crystallis is an action RPG, so you're just one dude in that. I love Crystallis. For some reason, I have played Crystallis to completion on stream like 4 times. And every single time I did it in one sitting. And it's not like I can speedrun that game. So it took a really long time every single time I did this. Good friend of mine, his dad called Shmups airplane games. But he was into like relatively obscure shmups like Dodonpachi and stuff. Very funny to me to call Dodonpachi specifically an airplane game. Oof. You really should, Arcadia Zero. It's a, like, it's a great game. I will say the dungeons are pretty maze-like, and like it's an NES game. I feel like a lot of NES games where you can get lost, like it's just like there's a right way and a wrong way, and it's rare for there to be like a reward that's worth it down the wrong, off the beaten path, so to speak. Hey, Sarzak, thank you. How are you? So I don't want to get your hopes up. Like, yes, play Crystalis. It's like the best game of all time. I will say it's one of my favorites. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That got really confusing. Look at this. I'm good, Sarzak. Have you made any more amazing Castlevania accomplishments? Things just run into you in this game. It's against the rules. Yeah, it is really fast. I think Crystalis is great. I think everybody who's into like 8-bit games should try it. And I won't promise they'll love it because, again, it's pretty easy to get lost in that game. In airplane games, there are no rules. All's fair in airplane games. I want to try that Crystalis randomizer sometime. I'm really interested in Terranigma, actually. What's gonna happen here? Okay. Ha! Answered my own question while I was mid-sentence twice. If this game's only 19 minutes long, I've got to be kind of deep into it. Obviously, like, killing bosses slowly and wasting time continuing would slow it down, but... Hey, thank you, Lily. Enjoy your emotes, Arcadia. Oi! A bump combat airplane game. Good idea. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. Maybe it'll say. Nope. Yeah, AD 4580. I bet this is the last stage. I'm digging this music, dude. Oh my gosh. What are you supposed to do? I guess probably be a little more powered up because you haven't continued 8 times. Future. All right, this one's awesome. I hate it now. Here's the trick. This is not true. Here's the thing about shmups, all right? When you play them, and if you continue a bunch, you get kind of strange ideas about how hard they are because you're constantly stuck in the state where you're recovering from a big mistake, so you're always underpowered. I beat Prehistoric Isle 2 without continuing recently. The run before I beat it without continuing, I had to continue 14 times. So, just a casual improvement of 14 entire continues. That's why I'm not intimidated by a lot of these games that are like just absolutely destroying me my first look at them. This one feels really laid back. I mean, can you tell me I'm wrong, Pyromance? Not in good conscience. This is like a Kondo Koji soundtrack. where every song is a variation on the same motif. But you know what? I think it is cool here. I kind of miss when the Mario soundtracks like had different songs. Hey, thank you, Perrine. How are you? There's so much going on now. Get bomb. Hey, Zoiteki, thanks for the raid. How's it going? Oh, ho, ho, ho. What a strong opener. Hear me out. What if we just shot these two little jerks with our strongest lasers right out the gate? Hey, Lala, how's it going? Oh my god. I assumed that was some kind of cutscene. Me crying in a sub. What happened? Oh, you were playing the scary Outer Wilds DLC. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm aware that the Mario soundtracks haven't really worked that way since like Mario 3, but I want that back. Look, this thing is cool. It's dead. That one's also dead. Yeah, I think me too. Remember I just said this game is so laid back, and then I immediately like had to continue like 8 times. All right, this game is cool. Guys, if you don't know, I'm doing a shmup where short version is I'm not a shmup, a project. This is like every Wednesday is when I'm hoping to do this, but it might be less frequent than that. I have a big list of shmups sorted by difficulty level, and I am slowly working my way up. But this is arcade shmups. I think even the easiest arcade shmups are going to be quite a bit harder than something like Life Force for the NES, which is a doable game. It can be tough. So, wow. So I'm at level 3 out of 45. I have to beat one of the games on this difficulty tier to move on to level 4 without continuing. And I'm just trying them all out so I can pick which one that'll be. Whoa, no thanks. I guess you just move all the way to the side for this, right? Yeah. That's tricky. Wait, fire it again. I don't want to kill him before he transitions to the next phase. Yeah, it's some kind of like Japanese shmup community thing. I don't know whether it's like a BBS or what. But what do you do here when he fires the blue shot? Oh, wait. I think you want to be close and then back up. Hey, thanks for the follow. That looks kind of hard. Toho's a shmup. It's not on the list, but there happens to be someone who's trying to, or who made a Toho list that scales them to this same I think you're probably like meant to bomb here, but I'm really curious how you even dodge this. Yeah, well, I killed it, so too bad. Precise dude alignment. Yeah, you're right. So I can tell you that none of the Toho games are very close to the top of the list until it's like lunatic deathless no bomb runs. Cool. I am good. How are you? Okay, so that was the last boss. Well, no. Oh my god, I hit my mic. No wonder it was so freaking hard. All right, guys. So, no. Like any of the games on Lunatic without bombing or losing a life. Those are the only ones that are much higher than like the 20s. Rate Gekirindan. Don't overthink this. Based on watching this game, how interested would you be in playing it yourself? Put it on a 1 to 5 scale. I like the music, yeah. The parenthetical Zuntata. Zuntata misses sometimes. I played some games with Zuntata soundtracks that were not that impressive to me. So we got to update the sheet. Hang on. What is my score? It was 211,600. Isn't that the default high score? I don't think that one's mine, actually. I like these characters. Crowther. Crowther. Oh, man. Sick. Yeah, sure. That's a totally fine way to do it. Let me pull up the review sheet. So there was another game I was supposed to try, but I don't seem to have it. So we're good there. It's a Slap Fight by Toa Plan. It is not the kind of game you would picture from the name Slap Fight. Hey, thank you. Have a good one, Arcadia. All right. Year 1995. My own rating. Graphics, I'm only going to give it an 8. It looks good. It looks good, but you know, the color palette was a little like desaturated for me. Personally, sounds, I gotta give that a 9. Fun remains to be seen, but I give it an 8. An atmosphere, I think this game is really cool. All right, what is the average chat rating? You can't mini dot. I won't allow you to mini dot. Gaia-Res is a console-only game, that's why. There are no console-only games on this list, unless there is an arcade version, but... because not every arcade shmup is on this. 4.44. Damn, 4 4s. How about that? My rating? 4.44. Here's the deal. I really liked Stormblade. I think I like it more than this, but I will say this. I want to play another credit of this before I go to bed. Let's do it. Why not, right? Yeah, okay. I feel like Gaia-Res is like not one of the easier console-only shmups. I think I heard that somewhere. This game is fun. Okay, yeah, you just have to damage one of these parts enough for it to leave. Yeah, that might be for beating both loops of it. A lot of Psycho games are like reasonable, if difficult, to beat the first round of, and then the loop is nuts. And yeah, Strikers does not have a reputation for being easy. So Dumple just doesn't collect these C power-ups? Or does he like collect one and then collect the other? To get them off the screen? Everything is just blowing up. Yeah, that's really cool. All right, what was this? There's something tricky about this. Yeah. This is so laid back after like Raiden Fighters 2 and Stormblade and stuff. Most of the bullets are really slow in this game. It's just when they're fast, they're completely impossible to react to. Oh, a different sub-weapon, not the homing one. Okay. Have a good night, Gotetsu. Thanks. Did he get that in stage 1? The non-homing sub-weapon? Oh, we've already done better than last time. I got through a level without gaming over. Interesting. You wait for it to cycle. Okay. UN Squadron. The arcade version is called Area 88, although actually isn't the arcade version also called UN Squadron in the US? I think you're revealing that I made a little translation error. The arcade UN Squadron is much harder than the Super NES one, but I think it's still like relatively low. I remembered looking at it and going, oh, this is coming up kind of soon, so... Yes, and that's why I have to translate it. What are you talking about? It's a better translation if the games are listed under the name that the people that speak the target language know them as. Oh, right. No, I tapped left, dude. I tapped so hard to the left. Everyone was so impressed with how much tapping I got done. There we go. Oh, I think it was still going. It could have still uncovered more medals. You can't joke on my watch, Noman. I'll notice. This section is so weird. It's just like super slow. Oh, because the thing could still be walking this whole time, I bet. Yeah, thank you, Strawtech. You have a good one. I did need to tap left harder. That's true. Okay, this had some kind of really tricky homing thing, right? Zeppelins had homing lasers, right? In World War II. Yeah, that sounds right. I always feel bad when I do a joke like that and someone doesn't realize I'm joking. It's like, oh, that's so nice of you to to educate me on this. I did know that they didn't have those. Yeah, 6. So I mean, 6 is a lot harder than this. But the arcade version is way different if you haven't played it before. And if you have played it before, it's still way different. kind of depressing to think that 1999 was the near future when this game came out. Really good song. Oh my gosh. I was scratching my my chin. Suddenly it shot me. Hadn't I already continued like 3 times by this point? Why would this be going any better? I don't know any more about the game. Am I just paying more attention? Imagine 99.99. What are arcades going to be like in 99.99, you think? Oh, this guy had the weird homing thing, right? I'm pretty sure. This is so cool that you're like chasing the same boss throughout all these different time periods. I also just now noticed it. So was this the one that Dumple got? Because that looks awesome. That looks so cool. Fucking. Getting out of hand now. I want this to be the right one. Yeah, this one. Good. Don't get me started. Shouldn't be funny. It's pretty funny, though. Yo, look at me go, dude. What are we at, stage 3? In the year 2373. Oh, I thought there was more stage over there. Why didn't they put more stage on the side? Yeah, I'll have one shmup. No tomatoes, stage on the side. Well, yeah, but you were watching, not playing. I feel that I have some degree of this as well. Like, see. Is the bomb super strong in this one? I wouldn't be shocked. All right, so 787840. Can someone write that down? No, the power-ups all ran away from me. They're gone. I missed them. Those guys were cool. Whoa. No thanks. Oh, I remember this. No, not at all. That sounded awesome. I hope that was not an emulation error. Oh, I don't know about this. Ah. Ah. I got too distracted looking at those destructible missiles. That was close. Oh dear. Okay. So my first continue was on the next to last stage then, I think. Isn't this the last stage? It's a bug? Okay, good. I wonder how they know it's a bug and not just like... It was like weirdly common for player 2 to be a lot stronger in shmups, and somebody said something really interesting about it. Was that... and it was that... it was like... kind of throwing a bone to arcade operators, because they knew that people who really knew how to play the games would be playing on the player 2 side, and the people who were just like, ooh, a shmup, I'll try this, and like mash the shit out of the buttons, would default to player 1. So it like made maintenance a little less difficult. I have no idea if this is true or not, but I really like the idea, so I hope it is. I think this was really hard. Let's just get in there. Let's see what happens. All right, it was this. I remembered this being hard, but it wasn't. Classic mix-up. Cool. Oh, right, the lasers. Oops. Oh, no! That happened last time, too. I think this was the last stage, wasn't it? And this part was really kind of tough. It's Carney at heart. Yeah. You want to deal with 6 of those? No. Whee! Woohoo! Yeah, I did that on purpose. Duh. What gave you the impression that was accidental? Damn. Dude had some aim. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this is the last boss, right? Yeah. I don't know, man. That was like 4 continues when you consider it was like 20 the run before. So if I just do this again, I can like negative 17 CC this. Yeah. This is super doable. I'm pretty sure I can 1 CC this like the next stream, honestly. Yeah, the game will pay me. I can just clock in at the Gekirindan cabinet. Oh, man. This was so much fun. I love shmups so much, guys. I feel like it's a lot of work to make them fun to watch. And normally I don't like a lot of unsolicited advice on my stream. But especially fellow streamers, if you have any thoughts, reach out to me, you know, like in private. I do think that credit feeding through every new game, every new difficulty level was the right call. 787840. All right. Next to last stage. I don't know which number that is. Penultimate stage. First impression. Let's write this first impression real quick. Game. A little bit, yeah. I am really charmed by Gekirindan's atmosphere. Just like not much else to say, right? This feels like a decent baby step toward more modern, dense bullet hell style shmup design. The other games I've played so far rarely get more. There's a KOF shmup game? I don't think it is. complicated than a really, please, really fast, even, odd pattern. And even when they do, it feels like the intended solution is to bomb. Gekirindan and Stormblade both feel like they are actually helping me learn to dodge for once in my life. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Well, it's past midnight. I'm hungry, and I actually have to be up early because I have a collab on Thursday morning. If I can shout out my collab partner, although a lot of you came here from her, Saralene. Oops. I have to wait 3 minutes and 13 seconds before giving Saralene another shout out, so I can't do it. But anyway, she's playing Dark Souls, and I'm kind of being her co-pilot for it. I believe the plan is to start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So what happened there? It just froze. Okay. I guess it does that. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. It was a little less entertaining before, and I really had to work out the kinks a little bit. Anyway, so that's tomorrow afternoon. Saralene it's her first time playing Dark Souls. I think she's enjoying it. Friday night, Zoiteki is going to be learning Castlevania 1, and I'm going to be helping them out. If you didn't know, I'm really into Castlevania games. Like, if you're new to the channel, if you can't not know if you're not new. I'm actually doing a Castlevania community challenge as we speak, and having a lot of fun with that. So basically, everybody is encouraged to attempt to learn to beat Castlevania games that they've never beaten before. Well, it doesn't matter if they've beaten it before. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about last year's challenge. 2 people are doing this challenge right now. I'm going to raid Seahorse because Gamma Chris is all the way at the end of the game he's playing. So go say hi to them. The next Classic Vania Challenge update stream is going to be next Tuesday. Chrono Cross is tomorrow night on my own channel. Then Castlevania with Zoiteki is Friday night on their channel. I think the shoutout command might be back now, so nope, I have to wait half an hour before shouting out Zoiteki again, so it's not happening, but these are the channels you need to go to. Saralene is where I'm going for Dark Souls, and then Zoiteki is where I'm going for Castlevania. I would like to think I'm actually pretty good at explaining Castlevania. I made a strategy guide for it that's helped a lot of people beat the game. Some of them deathless, even. So hopefully I can help Zoiteki out. They've never played the game before, I think, but they did get a deathless run of Rondo of Blood, so that's good. Yeah. Oh my god. I'm looking forward to just playing an RPG tomorrow. This has been a lot of work streaming this month. Yeah. See you then. Have a good night, everybody.